if you squint, oh, excuse me, I'm on the, mics are on, by the way. Let's see.
Is it already live?
My computer wants to restart.
Oh my God.
Mr. Clerk, you ready to go?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to the September 10th, 2025 City Commission meeting.
September 25th, sir.
Oh, September 25th. I apologize. I don't know why I said September 10th. I have here September 10th, but I am in September 25th, but it's okay.
Rewind.
It's fine. Rewind. I'd like to welcome everyone to the commission meeting. We have multiple different opportunities to engage with the commission. Either you can speak during the item as long as it's allowed. You can also speak during our public comment section, which we give everyone ample time to give their comments and speak on the record. I ask everyone to please, I will mention it now. You have 3 minutes to speak, and I'm going to ask everyone that comes up to state their name and their address for the record. You will have 3 minutes to share your thoughts with the commission. As a reminder, these comments are limited to the items on the agenda or within the scope of the City Commission's jurisdiction. If you wish to speak on an item that is on the agenda right now, please remember that you will not be given an additional opportunity to speak again once that item is called. All comments should be directed to the commission as a whole. When the 3 minutes is up, the timer will beep. I ask you to please wrap up your sentence and leave the podium when you're done speaking. Thank you very much. So moving forward to begin our day today, I'd like to invite Yoli from the City Clerk's office to lead us in our invocation. Yoli, thank you for always coming in on relief from the bullpen. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. And thank you for the honor to pray. I don't take it lightly. Let's begin. When I was told maybe I might be praying, the chapter from the Bible that came to mind was the Beatitudes, and it's from Matthew 5, and it says, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when people insult you, persecute you, and falsely say all kinds of evil against you because of me. Rejoice and be glad, because great is your reward in heaven. For in the same way they have persecuted the prophets who were before you." Heavenly Father, as we come before you, we humble ourselves, Lord God, knowing that you are holy God, you are the great I am. We come before you, we ask forgiveness of our sins, Lord God, those we know of and those we don't know of. Today, Lord God, as we deliberate in this meeting, we ask that you, O God, will be present, that everything will be done to bring you honor and glory. Lord, help us, like you, to be a servant to all. Heavenly Father, we pray, Lord God, for those who serve and protect. Watch over them, Lord God. We live in trying times. Help us not to lose faith, Lord God, knowing that you, Lord God, already know all about this that's happening, and you are with us. You said in your word, you will never leave us or forsake us. So we pray, Lord God, for the meeting today. We pray for our commissioners, our mayor, and everyone taking and participating in this meeting, Lord God. Bless them, bless their families, Lord God. We know it's a sacrifice, and we know it can become difficult. Continue to give them strength as they move forward, Lord God. Enlighten their minds to find and make good decisions, Lord God. We thank you for the city of Coral Gables, the beautiful city, Lord God. Help us, each and every one, citizens, our elected officials, employees, to make it even more beautiful. In all these things, we give you thanks and praise in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Yoli. As always, it's a pleasure to have you. We love you. Mr. Clerk, will you do us a favor and please lead us in the pledge?
Absolutely. Please stand with me. Place your right hand over your heart and repeat. Pledge allegiance.
Thank you. Now moving on to the Merrick moment. Good morning.
Mayor, if you give me 1 second. So for the past year, Vice Mayor Rhonda Anderson has told me that she's allergic to my perfume, and I've tried my best to always remember not to wear perfume. But today, I wore perfume. So I asked the clerk if maybe he could arrange something, and Commissioner Lara, we could switch seats because I don't want my perfume to affect her health in any way.
I appreciate that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I am actually.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, you have your share of allergies, so I don't think you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's great to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you for always being here and giving up of your time.
My
I know
pleasure.
you do this for the love of the city and for the love of the history, so thank you for that.
Thank you. As we celebrate our centennial, the Merrick House brings to the Commission the Merrick moment, little tidbits that add up to a remarkable story. I'm Joanne Marr, Merrick House docent and past chair of the Board of Governors, whose members include Mary Beth Burke, Carmen Kaysen, Alexis Ehrenhaft, Christina O'Naughton, Genevieve Orr, and Bonnie Sipe. As students have settled into the school routine, we'll consider Merrick's education. As you may remember, George was not in the classroom from the age of 13 to 21. He was working the farm and self-educating on his 4-hour afternoon mule cart treks back from downtown Miami, where he would sell produce to Flagler's Royal Palm Hotel and others. In 1907, George entered Rollins College in Winter Park, which was Florida's first planned community, feeling trepidatious. I felt like a green, untried boy, raw from the pines and rocks and fuller of inferiority complexes than any college freshman, wrote the man who was 2 years their senior. He went on to win many awards and accolades for his writings and oration. His speech entitled A Plea for the Weak, where he stood up for the underdog, won him one of the school's highest honors. His accomplishment was covered in the pages of the Miami Metropolis newspaper. Upon graduating, George hoped to pursue a career as a writer and poet. His father had other plans in mind, law school, and one did not say no to Solomon Merrick. He enrolled at New York Law School and lived with his uncle, Denman Fink, and his wife, Betsy, in the planned suburb of Haworth, New Jersey. He hated law school, but the city of New York taught him more than any book. He wrote that New York's sky-climbing towers inspired him, none more than Madison Square Garden, with its spire patterned after La Giralda in Sevilla, Spain. 15 years later, he would build his own Giralda Tower in Coral Gables. And before I leave the lectern, I just want to mention that the Coral Gables episode of the Florida Road Trip debuts today on WLRN at 5:30 p.m. and at 11 p.m. and on WPBT on Sunday at 11 a.m. And you can also watch it on Florida Road Trip's YouTube channel. So let's learn more about Coral Gables and its wonderful centennial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to presentations and protocol documents. Item A1. Madam Vice Mayor?
Yes. We have a proclamation, which I'll read into the record for La Flor Dominicana. Whereas La Flor Dominicana was founded by Lito and Inez Gomez, visionary leaders whose dedication to craftsmen, family values, and innovation has helped shape the global premium cigar industry for over 3 decades. And whereas Coral Gables has proudly served as a long-standing home of La Flor Dominicana's headquarters, anchoring a world-class brand that continues to elevate the city's global profile through its international presence and acclaim. And whereas La Flor Dominicana has consistently demonstrated excellence, earning top industry honors and widespread recognition for the quality and innovation of its cigars, respected around the world not only for its products, but for the people behind them. Whereas through their personal leadership and commitment, Lito and Inez Gomez have not only built a globally respected company, but have also become enduring examples of the entrepreneurial spirit and values that define Coral Gables. Whereas the City of Coral Gables wishes to recognize the honor and the legacy success, the continued commitment of La Flor Dominicana as a business that exemplifies the values of excellence, innovation, and civic pride. Now, therefore, Ivan Slago, as the mayor of the City of Coral Gables, and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim September 25th, 2025, as La Flor Dominicana Day in Coral Gables. So I'm going to continue to read because there's a little more to this one. It says, in observance thereof, I hereby urge all residents, businesses, and visitors to join in recognizing and celebrating La Flor Dominicana's fine cigars as a valued member of our business community. And we encourage patronage and support of this distinguished establishment which exemplifies the internal spirit and cultural richness that makes Coral Gables a vibrant destination. May Flor Dominicana fine cigars continue to prosper and thrive in our city for many years to come, contributing to the economic vitality and unique character that defines our community. We appreciate our business community because it brings so much richness to our city, and that's why I wanted to read that final paragraph. Thank you.
Go ahead, come on up.
Come on up.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate what's happening today here. We have been living in Coral Gables for more than 35 years, and our company was founded in 1994, and it has always been in Coral Gables, and we are so proud of it. We love the city, and we are blessed to have been able to build a global company. We honor and very happy. It has been a long journey, but a beautiful one. And I don't know if you guys smoke cigars or no cigars. The product that we make is a part of people's good moments, celebrations, get-together, and people celebrate with cigars in some special occasions. So we're not only happy that we were able to build this company, but also because we bring good moments to people in different celebrations. And so we started with a dream only, and without any knowledge of cigars or tobacco in general. And so it took a lot of learning from us to be able to build this company. And thanks to my wife as my partner, we were able to succeed and build a company which makes us very proud. So we're very blessed, and we really appreciate this moment. It is extremely important for us. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank
Thank you.
Any other words? Perfect. Let's take a photo. Thank you.
Thank you. Commanded the room.
Moving on to item A2, a presentation or a proclamation declaring September 2025 as World Alzheimer's Awareness Month in Coral Gables. Commissioner Lara.
Good morning, and thank you for that. I'm very honored to be able to be the one reading this proclamation. I sit on, and for years, as the chair of development for Easter Seal, South Florida, an organization that's devoted to community service, and autism is one of the main challenges that the organization serves to combat and assist the community. So with no further ado, whereas Alzheimer's disease, a progressive neurodegenerative brain disorder, tragically robs individuals of their memories and leads to progressive mental and physical impairments. And whereas Miami-Dade County has the #1 prevalence for Alzheimer's in the entire country, with over 16% of the 65 and over population living with Alzheimer's. And whereas Alzheimer's disease is the only cause of death among the top 10 causes of death in America that cannot be prevented, cured, or even slowed. And whereas in 2025 in the United States, nearly 12 million caregivers provided an estimated 18 billion hours of unpaid care, valued at more than $413 billion. In Florida, over 870,000 caregivers provided over 1.4 billion hours of unpaid care, valued at an estimated $29 billion. And whereas Alzheimer's disease is one of the most expensive diseases in the United States, and in 2025, the direct costs to American society of caring for those with Alzheimer's disease will total an estimated $413 billion, whereas the human cost of Alzheimer's disease is immeasurable. And in recognition of the individuals, families, friends, caregivers, and researchers seeking to find a cure for this debilitating disease, we support you in selfless efforts. And therefore, on behalf of Vince Lago, the mayor of the city of Coral Gables, and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2025 as World Alzheimer's Awareness Month in Coral Gables. In observance thereof, I hereby encourage the residents of our city beautiful to recognize the efforts of the Alzheimer's Association to raise funds and promote awareness to fight Alzheimer's disease and related disorders, thereby improving the quality of human life for those living with this disease and their caregivers.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Clerk, do you have anybody here on behalf of?
I do not believe so,
No
Mr.
worries. Thank you very much. Moving on to item A3. Do we have our chief of the fire department here? Mr. Clerk.
They should be walking in now.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Mr. DCM. Chief, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the Commission. It's my pleasure to present our Firefighter of the Month. So Jader Tobon is a captain. Just to describe that position, he's a senior officer at a fire station, and that is his representative rank. However, he is, in my opinion, the backbone of the fire department. He is at our stations. They are the ones that make the most contact with our residents and the people that we serve. And 9 times out of 10, if not 10 out of 10, when you ask a young firefighter who had the most impact in your career, they will name a captain, a station commander. Captain Tobon represents exactly what I just said. His leadership, his professionalism, his willingness to develop at all ranks, and that's representative by those firefighters behind me who range from a couple months to several years, and they all are under his influence. So for his professionalism, his dedication, and his commitment to our organization is why he's our firefighter of the month. So Captain Tobon, congratulations. Thank you.
Captain, congratulations. Congratulations. Well deserved.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this recognition. It really means a lot. I've been working with Gables Fire Department for 18 years. Not one day I felt like I was coming into work. And this is due to the passion that I have. Instead, I will come in, enjoy what I do, serve our community, and work with the best firefighters that we have. Thank you for this recognition, and I share this with all the guys that work beside me all the time. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's take a photo.
We'll take a picture.
Moving on to item A4, congratulations to Carlos Gutierrez, Parking Department recipient of the Employee of the Month Award of July 2025. Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Jose Rodriguez, Assistant HR Director. Today I have the honor of presenting you with 4 Employees of the Month for the general employees. So we're going to start with A4, which is Carlos Gutierrez. He's our winner for July. Carlos comes from the Parking Department. Carlos has been with the city since 2005 as our parking supervisor. He was nominated by Monica, so I'm going to call up Monica so he can help recognize Carlos. Congrats.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Monica Beltran. I am the Director for Parking Sustainability and Mobility Services. And it is my pleasure today. And I am so proud of you, Carlos, because Carlos does one thing that I think characterizes the best leadership, and that is he's good for unit morale. Productivity in the parking officer group is up. Complaints are almost unheard of. You know it because you were the ones that get it first. And he does this by caring for his officers on a personal level and a professional level. He motivates them to eat well. He himself embarked in a health challenge for himself. He's lost how much? He's lost 70 pounds all on his own. Motivates his officers to walk, to eat healthy, and overall, the officers will call him the best supervisors they ever had. So from my selfish perspective, what you've done for productivity, I thank you. From my selfish perspective, for what you've done for our external customers, I thank you. And for what you do for our team every day, I couldn't be more grateful. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, commissioners, city manager. Just wanted to say thank you. Thank you very much for those kind words, Monica. But I got to give the credit to all the officers that really make my job easier, you know? They're the ones out there in the street, in the heat, taking, you know, the beatings. But they make my job easier. I just hit my 20 years in the city, and I love working here, you know? It's a great place to work. We're all like a big family here, so I really do care about them. They care about me, and I treat them well. They treat me well, and we just look out for each other. That's what it's all about. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Congratulations, by the way, to the next 20 years.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
How would you like to handle all four, and then we can take?
I only have one, although
Okay, let's
I
just
could
take a
have my
photo.
whole
Take a
team
photo.
though.
Take a photo.
Yep.
This was the day my machine decided.
Moving on to A5, congratulations to Susan Lane Fiesta, Community Recreation Department recipient of the Employee of the Month Award for August 2025. Good morning, gentlemen.
All right, Susan is our August winner. Susan comes from the Community Recreation Department. Susan has a 10-year veteran of that department. The last 3 years, she's been serving as a special events manager. So she's actually nominated by Fred, so I'll turn it over to Fred, so Fred can help me recognize Susan. Come on, Susan.
Good morning, and thank you for having us. It was a great pleasure to nominate Susan. For those of you that enjoy the events that we do in our city, like 4th of July, our pumpkin patch, which is coming up, by the way, our Christmas tree lighting, all of those events, she's the manager for them. She undertakes a very large operation. From beginning to end, she's done great things in creating logistical plans. She's had to deal with me at events, and I'm a handful, so she gets an extra award for that one later on. Her effort is great. She's a wonderful team player since she became the special events manager, not only from community recreation, but all the other departments, public works, police. They all love working with Susan because of her cooperative nature. She is, I don't know where she finds the energy, and she is constant. She'll work as long as she needs to work to make sure that the event goes great, and she really cares about what the community thinks. She doesn't like to put together subpar things. She likes high quality things, and I can't speak enough about her. It's been a pleasure, and I think this is a very deserving honor for her. So congratulations, Susan.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nervous.
No worries.
No.
Take your
Good
time.
morning,
Breathe.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Commissioners, and City Manager. I am deeply honored to receive the Employee of the Month recognition. Sorry, I'm emotional. Oh, sorry.
Breathe.
No
First,
apologies.
I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Director Fred, Assistant City Manager Carolina, Assistant Director Sarah and Carlos. Your mentorship, guidance, and support have been instrumental in my professional growth. Thank you for your trust and leadership. To my family, your love, patience, and faith have shaped who I am. I share this recognition with you. I also want to highlight the many departments whose collaboration makes our special events team truly exceptional. To my parks family, police, fire, code, my colleagues in public works, right-of-way, green space, general service, parking, and more. Your dedication, your hard work, and commitment from the backbone of each event we deliver. Thank you, everyone. It starts in Parks.
If I may, you're so worthy of this acknowledgement today, and I want to mention just very quickly, many people may not know Susan, but I have the privilege of working with you every time. We all have the privilege of working with you when there's events. You make us look amazing. You put the city first always. Your humility, you're always smiling. You're always working really, really hard. You're everything that's right with the city of Coral Gables. So I want to thank you for your dedication to the city beautiful. Thank you to dedication to your fellow employees, to the residents, to the business community. You make it look seamless, easy. You make the director look amazing. But we all acknowledge the hard work that you do. For example, how everything went seamlessly at the Dorothy dedication. I can't speak enough about your hard work and your dedication. You do it without much fanfare, without much, pomp and circumstance, but it's first class. So I want to thank you. And I love to see that type of emotion because you're so deserving of this award. And it means a lot. Yes, sir.
I think there isn't a single event that you're not at, and the first thing you do is smile and come and say hello. Regardless of how stressed out you are, how many things you're doing, you always put on a smile on your face, and you're happy to be doing your job. And I think you're inspiration for all of us in the work that you do. We are lucky to have you here.
So, to the mayor.
Madam Vice Mayor, yes.
So I remember when you were a part-time employee, and you had the same passion, the same energy, the same drive to make everything perfect. You didn't see Susan taking accolades for doing anything, but she was the person, when you looked out at the peripheral, was hustling to make sure everything was absolutely perfect, including even to details like handing out water and making sure that everybody's taken care of like a mother hen around all of us. So we are so lucky to have you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take a photo.
Family. Mom.
Moving on to item A6, congratulations to Norman Clark, Human Resource and Risk Management Department, recipient of the Employee of the Month Award for September 2025.
Mayor, if I can, I'd like to combine A6 and A7 because they're kind of a dual or a team from the HR department, so this one's kind of special for us. So I'd like to call up Norman Clark Jr. and Marilyn to be recognized. So Norman is our Employee of the Month for September, and Marilyn is our part-time employee of the month, or part-time employee of the quarter. So it's an honor to present both of them. They work as a team. They're the ones that do all the public safety hiring for the city. So they hire firefighters, emergency dispatchers, police officers. They're the team behind the majority of that hiring. So they work in conjunction with the police department, with the backgrounds unit, but they are the ambassadors. They're the first face that people see, they hear, they work with as they're trying to gain employment here at the city. So just for some perspective, I want to share some numbers. I know numbers help paint the picture of what they do. So in the 2025 calendar year, they're going to process upwards of 1,000 applications for police officers, 500 applications for emergency dispatchers, and over 250 applications for certified firefighters. every single one of those applications is personally reviewed by one of those two. They contact every employee or every candidate. They reach out to them. They schedule them for orientation sessions, open houses, after hours. They are very meticulous in what they do. They're very detailed in what they do. And I feel like they provide a very concierge service for our candidates. From the moment they apply to the moment they hear from one of them, it's hours, sometimes days. So they provide that service that really encourages people to want to work here, to be part of the city. Since Norman joined in January 2024 in this role, he has hired 42 police officers, 34 firefighters, 9 emergency dispatchers, and 10 other miscellaneous public safety positions. Marilyn joined just after in April of 24, so that's why I asked to bring them up together. They're kind of a team. They go back and forth, they bicker, they push each other, but it works. They're a great team. It's an honor to have them in our department. I think they do a lot of good for the city, and I want to recognize them. I think they're well deserving of this recognition, so turn over to Norman, see if he wants to say anything, and Marilyn. I congratulate you both. Thank you for what you do for our department, for our city, and the community as a whole.
Good morning, everyone. What a pleasure to be here. I'm Norman Clark. Got the warmest welcome I've ever had in my entire life by Jose, so I appreciate that very much. Next to me, you have, ironically enough, my partner in crime, although we do tackle public safety here at the city of Coral Gables together, and we do it well. But it is an honor to be standing in front of all of you, being a recipient or recipients of Employee of the Month and then part-time Employee of the Quarter. It would be foolish and unwise of me and my partner to only just say thank you and walk off. There are a few departments that I think deserve some recognition, although they've been recognized previously, one being the police department. I would like to thank the police department for making it so effortless when it comes to just hiring people, putting them through the process, and making sure that we're hiring quality officers for the city of Coral Gables. They have an immense duty and immense responsibility, so I really appreciate the background investigations unit and how well they work with us. The next department that I'd like to mention would be the fire department. The fire department exemplifies what it is to be professional and excellence. Ever since I've stepped foot in this role, they have showed me nothing but that, and I truly thank them all the way from Chief De La Rosa to Chief Jones, et cetera. Their professionalism and their excellence when they're working with us. And lastly, I'm saving the best for last. I'm just kidding. Everyone's equal. Lastly, I'd like to thank the Human Resources Department, and that ranges under everyone within the Human Resources Department. Speaking of compensation team, the benefits team, labor, et cetera. These are all role models that I do admire and I look up to from the moment that I started working here. But one that I would like to highlight would be the recruitment team. The recruitment team, Marilyn and I, as you've heard the numbers from Jose, that is an astronomical amount of interviews and processing that we do, and we could not do it on our own. The recruitment team has done nothing but help us when it comes to allowing them to step in and help out with interviews and help out with the process. They've been completely supportive throughout that entire process, so I really thank them. And then to my leadership, one being Caesar, thank you so much for being a great direct supervisor. I really appreciate you. Jose, someone I consider my mentor, guides me through that everyday practice, allowing me to see the strategic goals of HR past the operational duties. And then unfortunately, we have someone leaving, Ms. Raquel. Ms. Raquel demonstrates what it is to be a transformational leader. She is absolutely amazing. Her critical thinking skills are completely out of this world, and I learn from her every time that I step foot into a room. So I thank you. And then last but not least, Marilyn, my partner in crime. I really do appreciate you. I could do nothing without you, so I appreciate the hard work that you put in every single day, day in and day out. And I know we and I ask a lot of you as a part-time worker, but you make it happen, and we both complain, but we make it happen. And that's what counts, right? I think that's all I have to say. God bless the city beautiful.
Congratulations.
Simple, something simple, please. This moment, it's so well deserved.
Thank
I just want to make sure that we hear from you.
I don't think I can top off what Norman said. I think he's covered everything. He has my seal of approval. And again, just to thank everybody in recruitment since I started. They always were very pleasant to be with, always made me feel at home, were always very helpful. Like Caesar, Jose, okay. And I just wanted to thank everybody, and of course, my partner in crime. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy that both of you were nominated today and that you received this award because it's a thankless job. And a lot of people see when the officers and the firefighters and the employees, whether in parks or wherever it may be, are actually on the ground working, but nobody really understands how we got there to a certain extent. They know there's a process, but it's people like you that do all the background work, which is critically important to find the caliber of employee that we have here in the City Beautiful that sets us apart from every other municipality in Miami-Dade County and not the state of Florida. So if it wasn't for you, for your diligence, for your hard work, we wouldn't be in the position that we're in right now. So every single effort that you make is just, another drop of sand on the entire beach that makes us what we are today, the City Beautiful. So thank you for that. I appreciate that so much. You want to take a photo?
Right? He's very, eloquently.
We'll get rid of some of the perfume.
We have one more item on the presentation and protocol documents. Item A8, the city manager will be handling this item.
HR Director, please come up. Thank you. Thank you very much. Today we recognize Raquel for 9 years of dedicated service to the city of Coral Gables. She has been a key part of my leadership team, and she will be very difficult to replace. Her background as an attorney and her ability to both lead our human resources department and serve as our chief labor negotiator is something truly unique. In most organizations, these responsibilities are divided, but I had confidence in Raquel's ability to combine them. She brought the right mix of skills, judgment, leadership to succeed in both. As Human Resources Director in Risk Management, she has strengthened policies, supported our workforce, and led important initiatives, including disability affairs. As head of our labor relations, she has guided the city through complex union negotiations with professionalism, fairness, and diplomacy. I have always valued Raquel's counsel and leadership, and her contributions have made a lasting impact on this organization and the people who serve it. While we are sad to see her go, we wish her the very best as she takes on an exciting new opportunity in the private sector. Raquel, I will miss you. We will all miss you, but we wish you always the best, and you have an open door here for forever. Thank you very much.
I really
Thank
appreciate
you.
it, Peter.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney. I was really surprised when I saw my name on the agenda. Honestly, I didn't expect it, don't think I really deserve it, but at least it gave me an opportunity to gather my thoughts and write something down so I can sound somewhat coherent before you. But I really, Peter, first and foremost, I want to thank you. Words really cannot capture the impact that you have had on me professionally and personally. You have been more than a leader. You've been an amazing, exceptional mentor. You have inspired me, you've challenged me, and most importantly, you've trusted me. Your willingness to let me and all of us take calculated risk, your assurance that you will always have our back, you will always stand behind us, or like you would always tell me, I'll stand in front of you, even when mistakes are made, has fostered an environment where creativity can thrive and where real growth is possible. I am not sure what would I've done without your support and your encouragement. I know for a fact that you will be on speed dial, and I hope that you can continue to be my contact and my sounding board in the future. Thank you for believing me, for pushing me, and for showing me and all of us what true leadership looks like. It's been an unbelievable ride with you, Peter. I really appreciate it. To my amazing HR team, wow, what a group of professionals you all are. I know I'm the face of HR, but you guys are the engine behind it. You always make me look really, really good. And as you can tell by just a small sample of the 2 employees in the HR department, what an exceptional job they do. Thank you for your dedication, your professionalism, and most importantly, for putting up with my demands and high expectations. You made my job not only easier, but extremely rewarding. I really appreciate all of you. Eglis, you've been here with me since day one. You've been my support, my rock in our office, when we were labor, when we combined with HR, and it's been amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. To my fellow directors, assistant directors, you are all just simply amazing. I don't think people understand the solidarity that we all have and what a true family we have. And it's not a dysfunctional family, it's actually a really functional family. We have the mutual respect, we work together as a team, all of us together. It's something really special, and I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to find that elsewhere. Paula, Diana, Hermes, Chief Hudak, Chief De La Rosa, just to name a few, thank you. Especially in times when we have disagreed, we've been respectful, but mostly I've had fun doing this job with all of you, and I really, really appreciate it. To Mayor Lago, Vice Mayor Anderson, thank you for the trust you've placed in me, for your steadfast support, especially during challenging times. It's been an honor to serve the City Beautiful during my 9 years here. And to all the city employees that are watching or listening, what can I say? This is truly, truly a special place to work. And it's been my privilege to get to know many of you or most of you and learn so much from all of you. Your dedication, passion, and resilience are inspiring. Keep up the amazing work. You truly are the heart of this city. I will deeply miss working with all of you. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to grow, to lead, and to serve alongside all of you. While I'm excited for what's next to come for me, the city will always hold a special place in my heart. So I really appreciate everyone. Thank you so much.
Madam Director, I just want to say you will be missed. Today is a new beginning, a new chapter. We will miss you a lot here in the city of Coral Gables. You and I did not always agree.
Nope.
But it was always respectful, thoughtful, kind, and you did it in a way that always put the city first. It never was about personal gain. It was always in a manner of mayor, vice mayor, commissioner. This is what I believe is in the best interest of the city. We were involved in some very contentious discussions in regards to labor negotiations, union contracts, and you always did it with grace and with dignity. The city lost an incredible employee today, not just a director, an employee that cared about the employees, cared about the city, and your words about the manager truly sum up not only his character, but all the directors and all the employees here in the city. Sometimes we get caught up in politics. Sometimes we get caught up in issues that at the end of the day are not really that important. But you have always been steadfast in putting the employees first and doing what's right by the city. I've trusted you, I continue to trust you, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
The city will miss you immensely.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor?
So you've always made our city shine. So I was invited to a podcast called My Autism Dad. And I called and I asked, can I bring somebody on with me? And I brought our director. And she made our city shine. And if you haven't watched it, watch it. And you get a great example of just the breadth of knowledge and the impact that you've had on everybody within our city and everybody that visits our city. I appreciate you, and good luck.
Thank you, really appreciate it. It was my first podcast. It was a lot of fun.
It was.
I have a small token of appreciation on behalf of the city that we'd like to present with you. May we take a
Absolutely.
photo?
Yes, of course. Take off my glasses.
All right, let's do photos. My eyes actually are burning up.
Could I have a motion to approve B1 special assessment hearing of September 12th, 2025?
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
B2, I need a motion to approve the first budget hearing of September 12th, 2025.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Moving on to public comment. Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First speaker this morning is Jay Shahay.
Good morning.
Morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Thank you again for the time. My name is Jalal Shahada. I live at 1133 North Greenway Drive in the meaty Merrick House. I'm here to give comments about the mayor's proposal to raise the Israeli flag, to only honor Israeli victims, and to ignore the over 60,000 Palestinians that have been slaughtered. I'm here to speak to you for a second time in 2 weeks, a totally unnecessary endeavor. I'm here to speak to you about a proposal that wasn't even written by the mayor. I'm just going to quickly say, a vote for this is an endorsement of genocide. It would be a public statement from this city that it differentiates among its residents based on their ethnic and religious background. And it would say that you don't actually care about the residents of this city. So please, don't do it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here.
Okay.
Catherine Shahad.
Good morning. Good morning.
Ma'am, can you please speak into one of the microphones?
Right. I live at 1133 North Greenway Drive. My name is Catherine Shahada. I just wanted to note how last time when this came up for a vote with the exact same language that caused the community so much pain and division, which the mayor now sponsored for a second time, despite dozens of emails, meetings, and calls for residents to reconsider. Here we are again. The last time we heard from the other side in support only from Javier Fernandez, the elected official, the supposedly anti-gun violence South Miami mayor, who lauded Israel based on his recent sponsored trip to the genocidal state. Last week, the brave Ohio State Senator Beth Liston shared her personal account of participation in a sponsored trip to Israel, saying that she hoped to ask tough questions, and in preparation for the trip, she studied history books, news articles, publications, and what she decided was that she didn't just need to guard against propaganda. She said, "I was the propaganda on the sponsored trip. I did not want to be used as a tool in support of the Israeli government actions, and I canceled the trip." And that's really the point of these trips, isn't it? To capture public officials in the US at all levels of government, from the federal judiciary all the way to state legislators and local commissioners. And officials who take part in these trips, they're then asked to go spread the message of the carefully manicured so-called democracy and equality of the state of Israel, where mixed religion marriages and same-sex marriages are not legal, where a nation-state law gives priority status to Jews over non-Jews, who make up 20% of the country's population. And that's not counting the West Bank and Gaza, who are effectively controlled by Israel, but subjected to its brutal military law and occupation. People who do not have the benefit of civil law and this so-called democracy. These talking points and the people who come to our city to share them are paid propagandists. And just know that your constituents see through this. We know better. We ask you to consider our words and the impact that this has on Coral Gables residents and Florida residents, like Mohammed Zahir Ibrahim, a boy and Florida resident that I emailed all of you about, who's currently being held hostage by Israel, one of hundreds of children and thousands of hostages who are currently being held against their will, indefinitely, without due process, the key marker of democracy. If you support victims and that's what you actually want to do here, do it in a way that does not promote genocide or racism and division in Coral Gables. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Noel Cleland.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor, Mayor Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to be here. My name is Noel Cleland. I live at 5990 Southwest 50th Street. And I wanted to start off by thanking you for acknowledging Mr. Merrick and his contribution to our city. I go to Coral Gables Congregational Church. It was the first public building in our city. And he's obviously had an important impact on our city. So thank you for that. I also wanted to acknowledge the difficult situation and the fact that you're willing to try to jump into the waters of controversial issues. That's not an easy thing to do, but you know, sometimes it's a question of whether we want to address the color of the crosswalks. Maybe we want to decide where to put bike lanes on Alhambra. Maybe it's the impact of an incinerator on our community, or transitioning away from fossil fuels. There's plenty of things that are important to our neighbors here. And it's the fact that you're willing to step up and try to make a decision about that is important, so I thank you for that. However, the issue with the flag over the City Hall is the wrong issue to attack. There's a lot of people that appreciate it, but there's plenty of people that are not going to appreciate it. So it doesn't really serve a purpose of bringing people together, which I think is the intent. We all acknowledge October 7th was a horrific day. It's just tragedy that's on the par with 9/11. But the conflict didn't start on October 7th, and it didn't end on October 7th. So if we wanted to turn this into something more generic, maybe we need to just honor all the affected individuals of conflicts around the world, because it continues, and we haven't seen very much to stop that. So maybe reconsidering something a little more appropriate that would be more inclusive, I think would be appropriate. And then lastly, in the spirit of trying to get involved in issues, I invite you to come out to Alligator Alcatraz on Sunday. Our church, Coral Gables Congregational Church, is going to be leading a prayer vigil out there at 5 p.m., and we need more people to support the issue of unfair detentions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk?
Marthas Coleman.
Good morning. Thank you for being here with us.
Everyone, good morning. Can you, I'm very short, okay.
No worries, you can bring
Good
it
morning,
down.
thank you for the opportunity to speak.
So my name is Martha Schoolman. I live at 851 Anastasia in Coral Gables. I'm also here to speak against item F9, which is the proposal to raise the Israeli flag over the city of Coral Gables on October 7th. I'm speaking as a Coral Gables resident and as a member of the Jewish community. I assume that the people I'm speaking before today are all either Christians or non-believers with very limited interactions with Jewish residents of this city. If I'm not mistaken, there was no official acknowledgement of Rosh Hashanah, which ended yesterday, on the part of the city. And I believe only one commissioner, thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, posted a message wishing the Jewish residents of this community a Happy New Year on social media. So let me tell you a little bit about myself before you decide to dismiss my comments as coming from a bad Jew or a self-hating Jew or just the wrong kind of Jew by your non-Jewish judgment. I am Jewish by every measure of lineage and practice. My father's parents were brought to New York around 1900 as young children by parents who sought refuge from European anti-Semitism. My father is a rabbi who was ordained in the Reformed tradition in 1963. My mother's parents were both born to Jewish families who immigrated from Lithuania and the region once called Galicia on the Polish-Ukrainian border. They were sent to Texas in a period in the early 20th century when Jewish philanthropists feared that keeping too many Jews in New York would cause anti-Semitic backlash. My mother's family were distinguished Jewish institution builders in Texas, rabbis, teachers, and synagogue presidents. Her great uncle founded the Campus Hillel organizations at both UT Austin and Texas A&M. Our families collectively continue to produce rabbis, educators, and Jewish leaders with every new generation. My grandmother was the temple choir director. My cousin is also a rabbi, and my own teenage daughter teaches Sunday school at the synagogue where we are dues-paying members. So as someone who cares about Israel and Judaism a lot, I find the proposal to raise the Israeli flag in Coral Gables to be an act of deeply offensive warmongering, out of touch with the views of many in this community. This war, deeply unpopular both locally and globally, is tearing apart Jewish families, with some Jewish elders insisting that this is a war for survival, while many of their children and grandchildren tend to view the consensus in the international human rights community that this is a genocide, and a nearly completed one at that. As we saw recently in the Herald, this divide describes the family of County Mayor Daniela Levine-Cava, who is in public disagreement with her own adult son. Who is this commission to rub salt in our community's wounds and to score a few political points, and with whom exactly? I don't know if any of you have traveled to Israel and Palestine. Oh, crap. I think my time is up? Okay, so please, Mayor Lago, keep the peace, leave the Israeli flag to fly over Israeli territory, and please honor the hostages and the events of October 7th if you wish, but please under your own flag in your own city, not under the Israeli flag.
Thank you very much.
Do I actually have 19 seconds? No, I
No,
don't. Okay.
thank you.
Thomas Carney.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for being here with us.
Morning, Mayor.
Good morning,
Vice
sir.
Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Tom Carney. I live at 824 Cortez Street, Coral Gables, and I'm here to speak in opposition to the resolution to raise the Israeli flag. It's my understanding that a foreign flag has never been raised at City Hall. And while the attacks, the unprovoked attacks by Hamas on October 7th, 2023 were horrific, and the loss of over 1,200 individuals tragic, the number of deaths pales in comparison to the over 65,000 Palestinians, mostly civilians, who have been killed in Israel's brutal and indiscriminate retaliation. There are currently 17 wars being waged across the globe right now. 8 major wars with the loss of over 10,000 people in the past year, and 9 minor wars with between 1,000 and 10,000 casualties in the past year. I do not impugn the intent of the resolution to honor and commemorate the lost lives of the attack by Hamas. However, raising the flag of just one nation of the many nations who have lost innocent lives over the past year is, the perception is far different and divisive. And I ask you not to raise the flag on October 7th. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk?
Jeanette Copeland. Okay. Edward Daboud.
Good morning, sir. Welcome back. Good to see you again.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Edward Dabdoob. I reside at 2517 Granada Boulevard, and I'd like to introduce myself. I am of Palestinian descent, Roman Catholic. My family hails from Bethlehem. We ended up in Jamaica around the time Israel was created. I'll spare you the details, but we go back as a Palestinian family centuries. If you visit the Church of the Nativity, take a look, ask for the records of my family, you will see that we can trace every member of our family tree going back centuries to the 1600s, and we can trace back even further than that. With that in mind, and perhaps because of my Catholic upbringing, I will tell you I strongly support honoring the victims of October 7th. Mr. Mayor, I shared this with you personally. I sincerely mean that. And I think that the intent is right. I think it's the right thing to do. But I think we can do the right thing in a way that brings the community together. We are indeed a diverse community. And it was decided at the last meeting, and it was well received, that we want to find common ground on how to do this. It shouldn't be a question of if, it's just how. And I don't think you'll hear from anybody here today saying we shouldn't be doing this at all. And a vigil is the way to do it. That's how you honor victims. We also heard at the meeting that it's not a political thing. And if indeed that is the case, then we must hold a vigil, because a vigil is not political. Raising a flag is inherently political. There's a second point I want to make, and I want to raise it because, Mr. Mayor, I believe you brought this resolution out of empathy for the Jewish lives that were lost, and I think lives were lost from over 50 countries. And drawing on that empathy, I want you to imagine if the roles were reversed. Imagine if the resolution you brought was to raise the Palestinian flag to honor only innocent Palestinian victims. How would members of our Jewish community feel? Would they be upset? Would they feel excluded? Yes and yes. And they would be justified in feeling that way. And I would be here speaking on their behalf, just as I am here speaking on the behalf of the 60,000 Palestinians who were also killed. So I will conclude by just saying, let us be inclusive and not mistakenly make it a political thing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone.
Sir.
Joseph Fidel.
Joseph, good morning. Good to see you.
It's always good to see the commission together. We need more togetherness here. I don't think it's a good idea. I sent you an email. First, I think that it's a subject that is generally not within the purview of a municipality. It's something that the federal government handles, foreign affairs. I hope those hostages are returned as soon as possible. I don't know when that's going to happen. They seem to be pawns in a political game. But I think something more, less political, less divisive in remembering these people, and also the other thousands of people that have died. I mean, they cite this figure of 60,000, but those are direct deaths. Those are not indirect deaths. Maybe a vigil would be a good idea. Maybe a proclamation by the city would be a good idea. But I don't think raising a foreign flag on City Hall is a good idea. I think it only is going to further divide the community and maybe even divide the commission, which is the last thing we need. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Good luck with your decision.
Thank you for being here.
Maria Cruz.
This is Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I'm wearing a different hat, and I hate to say it, but I'm the bearer of bad news today. Again. Here we go again. Today, an upper management employee is recognized because she's resigning to pursue a better job. I do not believe in coincidences. This is an employee who failed to fulfill her job duties as stated in the Coral Gables rules and regulations. This book, the Humans Director, Rule 2.10, the Human Relations Director is responsible for the proper and efficient cooperation and administration of these personnel rules and regulations, right here. Well, she did not enforce the Rule 12.48, for examples, there will be no payment regardless of circumstances for unused sick leave in a sick leave account at a time of separation for reasons other than death or retirement. So in fact, in this case, the employee was paid for the unused sick days by the actions of those following orders. Payroll was submitted as if he were still working for the city when he had already moved to Texas. The investigatory report of the investigation conducted not by Internal Affairs or any other external or internal body not associated with the HR department, but by the same people who were responsible to enforce the rules and failed to do so. Nowhere in that report is there any mention of how the $6,257.44 wrongfully paid will be paid back. There are no plans for restitution. And the people identified as being involved were offered resignation in lieu of termination. Of course, those who investigated were not identified as having any responsibility in what happened. Perhaps resigning is the best move for the director instead of waiting for the results of a real investigation. Anyone who would like to confirm what I have brought up, as well as the other cases that I'm working on, just have to contact me. I will be happy to share the information. Some people talk of fiscal responsibility and transparency. As soon as I become aware of something, I act on it. I do not try to cover it up. And this is a shame, another scandal, another cover-up. And you know what? Maybe the director, before she leaves, she should look into Xavier Williams. It's worse than this case. He got paid for months of days that he didn't even was entitled to. This is a shame.
Mahmoud Shahad.
Can you give me 1 second?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Manager, would you like to respond?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. This happened when there was a potential transition for that department to be its own department, and which has been canceled. We don't need 3 additional departments, and the HR director had no responsibility in this at all. It was something that was submitted, and this may be an ongoing issue. So I would like to maybe stop it at this point, because we may have some legal issues and some and some other things happening now. We will try to recover.
Okay. When you say we will try to recover, what do you mean by that?
We will be contacting that person to attempt to recover. We're working on these legal issues now, so that's why I would rather not comment on everything that we're going to be doing.
So, Madam City Attorney, would you like to provide some color?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Manager. I think as the manager mentioned, there will be foreseeable, perhaps legal action or legal steps taken by the city. There's also potential administrative matters that are being handled. So at this time, I don't think it'd be prudent to have discussions publicly about this matter.
I just want to put something on the record because as the Herald sits next to the individual who just spoke, you have to understand people have political agendas and axe to grinds. It's very easy to talk about somebody who's not on this dais or not in front of us at the present moment. Everything is politically motivated, especially with the individual to your right. So understand that we have a responsibility to uphold a process, and we have to be very careful and thoughtful to ensure that we do not put ourselves, the city, the residents, and the employees in a position of exposure that is not appropriate. The individual to your right does not have that responsibility.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make it perfectly clear. The HR director acted very responsibly. She had absolutely no issue in this, zero. And what she did is bring it up and act very responsibly, and we acted immediately in response to it and appropriately. But she had absolutely nothing to do with this, and to say so is just completely incorrect.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, excuse me, I wanted to clear the air and make sure we put everything on the record.
Mahmoud Shahad.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. My name is Mahmoud Shahada, 522 Alhambra Circle. I was here a couple weeks back, so I'm just here to reiterate literally the same thing that I oppose raising the Israeli flag at City Hall. Again, only the flags right behind you should be raised at City Hall. And as a matter of fact, something I forgot to mention last time, I was born in Venezuela. If for anything, God forbid, that would happen or is happening, if that flag were to be proposed to be raised, I would still be against it. Because for 100 years, this year marks 100 years of Coral Gables history, no foreign flag has been raised. Why today? That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Jackson Holmes.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you very much. Jackson Holmes, I live at 35 Sedonia Avenue here in Coral Gables. I want to speak out in favor of the mobility hub and help, maybe all of us can start thinking about ways to fund it. It is expensive. It's a necessity. And I said to myself, do I have anything constructive new to say, right? Because I've already spoken out in favor of this before. I'm thinking that maybe we could get with the asset manager in the development department's office. I met her the other day, and their responsibility is to look over all of the city's considerable assets. I think she told me there's, let's just say, 60 to 70 properties. I probably have that wrong. It's probably 90 or something, whatever. But if we need to come up with upwards of $60 million, I think it's actually less. I was told 52. Then there are ways to do it, and she would be the person to find out. Maybe there's a less valuable property that we have, less needed property that we could sell to raise the money. And I'll go ahead and wind this up. I still got a minute and 30 seconds. Two experiences of my own. Number one, years ago, back in 1998 or 99, my family had enough property to develop. We had the footprint of 200 front feet. I met with the Alan Moore's company, and what they told me was, because we're bonding, right? And they said, look, let us tell you a little secret here. We hate parking because we lose money on parking. We make money on non-parking, and we're in business to make money. So developers really don't like parking. because it's a money loser. The second thing, which is kind of personal, but I owe it to you so you at least understand. A couple of years ago, I said to my tenant, that there's some turmoil about parking and this and that, and he said, well, then count us out. We're not going to renew the lease. And I said, but I need you to renew the lease. That's my source of income. And of course, that's embarrassing for me to tell you that. But on the other hand, how are you going to know if I don't tell you, right? And then I said, well, wait a second. No, we got the mobility hub coming. I said, I'll prove it to you, So don't worry. We'll have parking. We'll have a giant parking behind us. And so I'm running out of time, but we got to get our act together. Let's get with the asset manager and come up with the money.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Mr. Clerk. Thank you very much. We've closed the public comment. We're moving on to the consent agenda.
Before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda? If not, may I have a motion, please?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
I'd like to congratulate Iggy Alvarez, the new appointment to the Planning and Zoning Board. I've had the pleasure of meeting with him on multiple occasions over the last few weeks. He's a professional attorney, an individual who I think is very well respected in his community, and I think will do very well on the Planning and Zoning Board. I congratulate him on his service and his willingness to serve on a very, very difficult board. I'd like to take a personal point of privilege, if I may. And I know it's not on the agenda, and I apologize. I wanted to put it on the agenda, but this is a thought that came to mind, and I brought it up last week at the end of a very long commission meeting about the issue of Blue Road open space. I'd like to see if, I know the ACM was hunting for a photo, and I should have done better homework, but I completely forgot to take a photo of it. Do we have a photo of the Blue Road open space that I could show everyone?
We do.
So if you get a chance, this is right next to my house. I drive by it every single day. It's very early in the morning when I go there around 4:30, 5 o'clock on the way to the gym and on the way back. So I usually don't get to see it as beautifully lit up as this. The park looks amazing. I want to congratulate the manager, the DCM and the ACM, the Parks Department, Procurement, everyone that played a role in it, landscaping, everyone that had a hand in it. It looks amazing. It is a testament to our standards here in the City Beautiful, and it is something that the kids in that area are going to enjoy forever. It is a pocket park in the sense of there's no parking. It's a neighborhood park, so it's going to be for the neighborhoods. This is part of what I've worked on for the last 10 years, bringing these type of parks to our community, both in the downtown and in the residential neighborhoods. This has been a dream of mine to be able to deliver this park. It's not walking distance to my house. It could be, especially now with the sidewalks they've installed, but it's not. I'd rather go to the other ones, the Blue Road open space, not the Blue Road, I apologize, the one in Alhambra, which is the Blue Road, is much closer, and that's the one that I've used in the past. But I mentioned something about dedication of an open space. And I've had the privilege of getting to know somebody over the last few years who I've had breakfast with, who I just want to read you a little bit about his resume. His humility and his selflessness is one that I could only wish that I could emulate as freely and easily as he does. It's amazing to be in the presence of this individual. David Lawrence. David Lawrence, and I want to read you some of his resume, retired in 1999 as publisher of the Miami Herald to work in the area of early childhood development and readiness. He chairs the Children's Movement of Florida, aimed at making children the state's top priority for investment and decision-making. In 2002 and 2008, he led successful campaigns for the Children's Trust, a dedicated source of early intervention and prevention funding for children in Miami-Dade. In 2002-2003, he chaired the governor's Blue Ribbon Panel on Child Protection. And in 2011, he chaired a similar panel for the Secretary of Department of Children and Families. In 2002, he was a key figure in passing a statewide constitutional amendment to provide pre-K for all 4-year-olds. The David Lawrence Jr. K-8 public school opened as an own school named after him in 2006. An endowed chair in early childhood studies is established in his name at the University of Florida College of Education. He is a trustee at Barry University and for 6 years served in a similar role at Florida A&M University. His memoir, A Dedicated Life, Journalism, Justice, and Chance for Every Child, was published in 2008. If you have not read this and you have not run into David Lawrence, he'll give you a copy. It's within $100 of the gift, right? So don't worry, no one's gonna get in trouble. He gave me the book, and if you're fortunate enough, he'll dedicate it to you, which is a beautiful, beautiful note. I highly recommend you read it. Before coming to Miami in 1989, he was publisher and executive editor of the Detroit Free Press. Previously, he was editor of the Charlotte Observer, and earlier in reporting and editing positions at 4 newspapers. During his tenure at the Miami Herald, publisher, the paper won 5 Pulitzer Prize under his leadership. He is a graduate of the University of Florida. He's got one thing against him. And the Advanced Management Program at Harvard Business School, to say the least. His 13 honorary doctorates include one from his alma mater, the University of Florida. His national honors include the National Association of Minority Media Executives Award for Lifetime Achievement in Diversity. He has chaired the Miami Art Museum, the United Way, the New World School of the Arts, and the Foundation for the Child Development in New York. He was the local convening co-chair of the 1994 Summit of the Americas, and he co-founded a nonprofit vocational technical school in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, He and Roberta, with a master's in social work from Barry, live in Coral Gables and have 3 daughters, 2 sons, and 7 grandchildren. His honors include the Ellis Island Medal of Honor for outstanding commitment to serving our nation, the Leroy Collins Lifetime Leadership Award from Leadership Florida, the Bob Graham Center for Public Service Citizen of the Year, the Fred Rogers Leadership Award from the Grant Makers for Children, the Youth and Families, the Sand in My Shoes Award from the Greater Miami Chamber, the Claude Pepper Lifetime Achievement Award from the United Home Care, the Equal Justice Humanitarian Leadership Award as a trailblazer in the pursuit of equity and justice from Legal Services of Greater Miami, the Champion of Philanthropy Award on the National Philanthropy Day, and the 40th Miami Book Fair Anniversary Award for the relentless dedication, visionary leadership, and unwavering commitment to making lasting impacts. This resume doesn't stop here. It keeps going and going and going and going. So last night I gave him a call, and I caught him late night as I was coming home from work, and I asked him for his permission to throw his name in the ring to name this park after him. He was taken aback, as always, in immense humility. But all he did was talk about his 2 granddaughters. I'm not going to get into that because I want to not cry, but at the end of the day, if you know about his granddaughters and what happened recently, he lived for his grandkids. He loved those 2 children like they were his, but they died in that horrific natural disaster in Texas. This gentleman, when I've had the presence and the opportunity to be with him, has not only changed my life, but has changed the lives of many people in this community. And I think he'd be a person that would be the perfect opportunity to name somebody in regards to this park. I ask for your consideration of this gentleman. I ask you to provide me with names of other individuals who I think are worthy. You know, we gave Mark Trowbridge the opportunity. We've given countless leaders in the community like Dorothy Thompson just recently. We've had members of the Garden Club, which were well-deserved, yeah.
Right.
So I just wanted to get your input and tell me what you thought about Mr. Lawrence and the opportunity to name the park after him.
So, to the mayor, I think it's a very appropriate opportunity to recognize the many benefits that Mr. Lawrence has provided our community, the leadership he's provided, the guidance he's provided. He's ultimately a person that can speak on many different topics and help provide us very wise advice in the future. You know, I can only imagine what his comments would have been here today during public comment, and they'd be very well taken based upon his broad background and experience. So.
He is the most incredible public speaker I've ever met in my life. Off the cuff or prepared, number one. And number two, if you want to see him, go to Bashur 3 to 4 times a week. He has a standing breakfast there with a member of our community. Anyone in Miami-Dade County, he treats them to breakfast, and it's all about getting to better understand community and really bridging gaps. And I see it all the time when I'm there conducting business or meeting with residents.
I think one of the words that for me sums up David Lawrence is humility. This man, the accolades you read are just some of the ones that we know of.
I didn't know about any of that.
I know, but I'm just saying those are the ones that are public. But when you start hearing his stories and the things that he has done and the rooms he's been in with the decision makers that he's been with, it's incredible. Having breakfast with him has been one of the highlights of my role here as commissioner, having that opportunity to sit down with him. And my son calls me a nerd because I've taken up reading again. I've read over 35 books since May, and I owe that to David Lawrence because he gave me that first book that I started reading, and I've decided not to put down reading and continued my own personal edification thanks to David Lawrence. Mr. Mayor, I think there's no better person to name this after. If you make the motion, I'll be happy to second it.
Well, through the
Before
mayor.
I do that, I'll do that.
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
So I echo the sentiments of my colleagues on the dais. I've had the great privilege, both my wife and I, of having gotten to know David Lawrence, and what a real privilege, because I feel my mind is expanded from having had the opportunity to sit with him, and I have been very fortunate to have had the Bashur breakfasts with David. By the way, one thing you have to remember, just as an aside, David's mind is something to behold. His ability to recall events, people, names. You know he's going to remember your birthday, and he'll let you know before anyone else does. And you better be able to name the last 3 books that you've read, because he'll challenge you.
Right off the cuff.
Yeah. So, and I was ready. I was ready because I love to read history books, and I was very impressed with the fact that he had read the books that I had read already. So, but more importantly, right? He is, as Commissioner Fernandez says, a humble man who's the epitome of humility. He's an individual that is selfless. He's somebody that cares so much more about elevating the community, and he hyper-focused on how he can help you elevate yourself as an individual as well. So we could be here all day. We have a very long agenda, but we could be here for a very long time identifying, and we would still fall short of all the accolades that he has rightfully earned, and that we should be honoring him is an understatement. And you have my wholehearted support, Mr. Mayor, were we to move on naming the park after David Lawrence.
Yeah, through the mayor. I think he has an exceptional resume, great person. I also feel that I know we named Mayor Thompson's park under her, and she's still living. I kind of hold back a little bit. Maybe naming it after his 2 granddaughters would probably be a better idea, or maybe waiting until the time is correct. I think history has, we followed history here, and naming a park over a living person really is not the way we usually go. I do know we're still waiting to name a park under Roxy Bolton. I'm not opposed to naming a park under David Lawrence, but I think it takes a little bit more time until the time is right.
So if I may, we've named the park after Bill Kurdyke. We've named the park after Dorothy Thompson. This is not the first time we do this. This gentleman's resume is impeccable. I have no issue naming it after the Lawrence family, but I think that this gentleman, David Lawrence, deserves to have a park named after him. It can be after David Lawrence and his family, whatever that may be. Those are things that we can iron out later. But I just want to build consensus that Mr. Lawrence will be acknowledged for his great commitment to our community.
If I can make a suggestion, maybe we can get creative with the name and maybe have the 2 girls' name Playground at David Lawrence Park. And that could be the name of the park.
he has a perfect good idea, we can at the end of the day, figure out a way to split the baby. I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
It's an excellent motion, and
Thank you.
thank you, Mayor, for bringing this forward.
Yeah, we can name it David Lawrence Park, and then we can name the playground after the two grandkids, which are, again, in their memory. Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
Yes, sir. Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you, and I apologize. I don't like to bring pocket items, but I just wanted to make sure that we took the opportunity to acknowledge that today. Moving on to items on first reading, E1.
E1 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for a text amendment to the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code by amending Appendix A, Site-Specific Zoning Regulations, Section A-67, Mahi Canal, requiring additional review and approval for all mooring piles, docks, wharves, davits, boat lifts, and similar structures located in MF and MX districts that abut the Mahi Canal, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause codification, and providing for an effective date.
Good morning, Jennifer Garcia, Finance Zoning Director. This is a proposed text amendment to our zoning code to require additional review for any dock or boat lift or any of those encroachments into the waterway for the Mahi Canal when it's zoned MF or mixed use. Because those commercial uses usually have a little bit more impact on our waterways, so we're requiring additional review. Usually, right now, today, it is approved administratively. The proposal is that it would be reviewed by the Waterways Advisory Board, make a recommendation to this commission. The commission would then review it and approve it.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll change the public comment. We'll close the public comment. Do we have any? Can I have a motion or a second?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Director. Moving on to E2.
E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending City Code Chapter 2, Administration, Article 3, Boards, Commission, Committees, Section 2-83, Citizen Input, addressing the City Commission to add additional rules of decorum for public meetings, providing for severability clause, repeated provision, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Stephanie Throckmorton, Deputy City Attorney. This item is sponsored by Mayor Lago. At the last meeting, if you'll recall, the City Attorney gave a brief overview of the rules of decorum that apply to Board and Committee meetings as well as City Commission meetings. While a majority of those are included in our City Code, there were a few additional provisions that the sponsor wanted to add to the code. So those are that all persons in the audience shall refrain from consuming food or beverages in the commission chambers. All cell phones and electronic devices should be silenced, and you should exit the chambers to answer those phone calls. All persons entering commission chambers are required to wear appropriate dress, and all persons entering and exiting the commission chambers shall do so quietly. There's also some provisions in the ordinance which require that a summary of those rules of decorum be placed outside of commission chambers, which I believe they are today, and that a small summary be included in the printed agendas. So I believe the mayor may have had some additional suggestions between first and second reading regarding audiovisual, but I'll defer to the sponsor on that.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Do you have any public comment, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay.
First speaker, Ms. Maria Cruz.
This is Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I love the idea of having decorum rules, but I'm wondering, decorum only fits those of us on this side, not necessarily the people sitting in the dais. Because today, it was very disappointing to me, and I'm sure to some of the people that were getting recognized, that during A6 and A7, Jose from HR was presenting the Employee of the Month Award and the Part-Time Employee of the Third Quarter Award. And guess what? The mayor missed the whole presentation. He walked out, did not hear anything that was said about those two employees. That's disrespect. I'm sorry. Respect begets respect. If you do not respect those of us that come here to express our opinion, if you walk out And by the way, recorded how long every presentation there was somebody on the phone not paying attention. If you do not respect those of us that come here, then you should not be offended when somebody doesn't respect you. This is the issue that we have. You preach not by what you say, but what you do. Actions speak louder than words. If you do not respect the residents, the people that were talking, there were serious issues being discussed here today. And while some of those people that were really hurting were talking, not everybody was paying attention to them either. Because I guess the minutes, the private calls, whatever, were more important than what they were saying. That is shameful. And I'm sorry, I'm always the one that bears the bad news. Not everybody is willing to take the wrath, the insults, the bullying that comes after you say something that is not seen as the Coral Gables way. Coral Gables is and has been the beautiful city, but some of us think it's our private property, and we can do whatever we want and get away with it because we sit on the dais. That is wrong. We all deserve to be respected. Little, big, important, not important, and I'm glad that Commissioner Castro brought up Roxy Bolton because she deserves to have a park. We have voted on it, and it's time to come through.
Mr. Clerk, before we move on, I'd like to address this statement. Okay. This is dedicated at the Herald again. What you just witnessed right now was misinformation, slander, and intimidation. This is constant. I missed 2 minutes of A6 and A7. I was here for the photo, and I acknowledge both employees. This is the constant attacks that occur. Madam Vice Mayor, when I asked you to run the meeting, would you like to explain why I stepped out?
The mayor needed to use the restroom. I've had to use the restroom before too, and I could hear the presentation.
This is the problem. This is the problem. Ms. Cruz, we're in the middle of a meeting. You're in the middle of... Okay. This is the way the meetings are going to work. You get one warning. The meeting will be adjourned for 15 minutes. You'll be allowed to come back. If you commit the same disrespectful as you just did right now, you'll be escorted out of the commission meeting. This is not happening in Miami-Dade County. This is not happening in the city of Miami.
Recording in progress.
This is constant intimidation by Ms. Cruz. I had to use the bathroom. I am entitled to use the bathroom. This morning, I had a 6:55 ribbon cutting at the Publix on US 1. I had something to drink at the Publix with the employees. I had to use the bathroom. I'm a human being. This is the constant misinformation by Ms. Cruz, who's the ringleader of the blogs, and is constantly railing and railing and railing, misinforming and misleading. We will take a 15-minute break. Ms. Cruz, this is your first and only warning. The next one, you will be removed for the entire day of the commission meeting. 15 minutes, we'll be back at 11:05.
What was the infraction? I mean...
Thank you very much.
We are creatures of habit. Yeah. Border collie kept looking for the possum behind a pot for like, 6 years. I finally just moved the pot. This one is fine. Where'd he go? All right, I gotta stop this. It's the first thing he does. Tears out the door.
Thank you. We'll resume E2. Madam City Attorney, will you provide some clarity as per the last exchange?
Yes, Mayor. So of course, our city code does not allow, disorderly or disruptive conduct. Specifically, we have sections 2-78 and 2-83 of our code. 2-78, which refers to the chairperson's duties and authorities, states that all comments and questions should go through the chair of the meeting, which is you, the mayor. And 2-83 has rules of decorum, specifically addressing the requirement that there be order and decorum in chambers. I can read some specific sections, Mayor, for the record.
Please.
Yes, so Mayor, no person other than a member of the commission and the person having the floor may be permitted to enter into any discussion, either directly or through a member of the commission without permission of the chairperson. No question may be asked except through the chairperson or by vote of the commission. Moreover, we have specific rules of decorum that state that order must be preserved. No person shall, by speech or otherwise, delay or interrupt the proceedings or the peace of the commission or disturb any person having the floor. No person shall refuse to obey the orders of the chairperson or the commission. Any person making irrelevant, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or who becomes boisterous while addressing the commission shall not be considered orderly or decorous. Any person who becomes disorderly or fails to confine remarks to the identified subject or business at hand shall be cautioned by the chairperson and given the opportunity to conclude remarks. That is, if someone has the podium, of course, which was not the case here. Any person failing to comply as cautioned shall be barred from making additional comments or during the meeting by the chairperson unless permission is granted to continue. And generally, any person who becomes disruptive or interferes with the orderly business of the commission may be removed from the commission chambers or other meeting room for the remainder of the meeting.
Thank you. Does that apply to individuals? And I ask this so we can clarify now as we're passing this legislation today. Does that also apply to individuals in the grandstands or who are here visiting us, residents, business owners, other elected officials, employees, city attorneys, anybody, any position, any person who is in these chambers sitting across from the dais? Does that also apply to them?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I want to be very, very clear.
Yes,
Do we
I think
need to-
shouting from
Shouting from where?
From the audience, obviously without permission of the chair, because that wouldn't be permitted, would be disorderly.
Do we need to get more granular in this piece of legislation and spell that out just in case, or do you feel comfortable with that interpretation?
I think our code is clear on that point.
Okay, perfect. Mr. Clerk, so as I said before, it's gonna be very simple. You're out of order, you will get one warning. We'll have a 15-minute recess so you can get yourself together. We'll come back like we did. If it happens again, or you break the rules of conduct or the quorum, you will be escorted out of the building, and we will have another 15-minute break. Madam City Attorney, will you please join us? Will you explain what other municipalities do? Because I want to be very, very clear for my friends at Polito Cortadito and the Coral Gables Gazette, as the rhetoric will now be a dictatorship, please.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, the new proposals in E2 are consistent with the rules of the Board of County Commissioners and other similar municipalities. The entering and exiting, the no cell phones, the no food or drink are consistent with similar municipalities and bodies.
What about shouting from the grandstands?
I haven't looked at those exact codes, but I would assume that those are similarly not decorous or disruptive.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Moving on to public comment.
Okay. Next speaker, Jackson Holmes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Jackson Holmes. I live at 35 Sidonia Avenue in Coral Gables. This is, in my opinion, the death of free speech in Coral Gables. And even now, as I speak, I cannot actually, I'm afraid if I give my true opinion, I'll be found in violation of the, and so what really upsets me personally is that this is codifying, this is, in my opinion, a dictatorship of the chair. Whoever, if you agree with the chair, you can accuse a commissioner of a crime and demand an answer whether that commissioner is guilty of a crime. Even the chair asked the commissioner, are you guilty of a crime? And that's yet somehow compliant with decorum. But when I said, well, what about decorum? Suddenly I'm being put in the crosshairs for eviction from the meeting. It's a dictatorship of the chair. It's a dictatorship, this is my opinion, in Coral Gables of the chair. The chair told me in a phone call, I think on May 11th, that if I opposed in my public comments a new proposal he was making to change the law, I could be banned from City Hall. That's my constitutional right, to oppose a new ordinance. But I was told, no, you're opposing the will of the people, and if you oppose a new ordinance, you can be banned from City Hall. Dictatorship of the chair. The worst aspect of this is this ordinance is threatening citizens with arrest. I submit in that particular case that there should be a compromise reached between first and second reading where the person who does speak longer than the 3 minutes agrees that that person, the citizen, shall not do so in the future, and that you delete this threat of arrest. I mean, you know, that's pretty far-fetched, you know. There's more for me to say. I don't have time. We're looking at a dictatorship of the chair and the suppression of free speech in Coral Gables, the end of free speech. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Mr. Clerk, thank you very much. Madam City Attorney, just want to clear up a few things for my friends at the blogs. Number one, what we're doing here today, does it compare or mimic what the county and municipalities do?
Yes, and just for the record, the changes that are proposed in today's ordinance don't affect any of the existing provisions about the removal, the declaration of out of order, et cetera. Those have been existing in our code for numerous years. I'm happy to pull the history. I don't know offhand, but they've been in there for a long time. What's being added today are these 4 specific provisions added to the section on decorum, which include the consuming food or beverages in the chambers or meeting room, all cell phones being silenced, entering and exiting the commission chamber silently, and wearing shirts and shoes as a minimum standard of dress. So that's the only change proposed today. Everything else has already been existing in our code.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure it's on the record because there's a lot of things that are being tossed out there about arrests. And would you like to give a little bit more clarity on arrests?
So that provision in our code has been there for a while. It has to do if you have been declared out of order, you've been asked to remove from the chambers, and failure to follow directions on removal, et cetera, may result in arrest. That's been in our code existing, and I believe is similar to those in other municipalities and counties.
Can you do me a favor, please? Will you find out when that provision included arrest?
Of course, I'm happy to do so.
So that's one. Number two, when you look at the city of Miami and Miami-Dade County, when we talk about the time frame for public comment, we allow 3 minutes. What do other municipalities have?
I believe that's similar. Some municipalities have as few as 2 minutes, but 3 seems to be a fairly standard amount of time.
So, for example, I went to speak before the city of Miami in regards to the Miami Loop the other day, an incredible project that brings a lot of connectivity between the city of Miami and Coral Gables. God willing, it's a very ambitious project, kind of like the Underline, very similar to the Underline when we started talking about it 10 years ago. Nobody dreamed that it would actually come to fruition, but this is a really interesting project, and I wanted to go and support Commissioner Rosado on that front. The chairwoman greeted me. She offered me one freedom, and that was you can go first before anyone else as an elected official, but she told me you have 2 minutes to speak. I stayed under 2 minutes. I thanked her and I left. And she was very nice and kind, telling me, thank you for staying under 2 minutes. We have a long agenda. So an elected official going to speak at another city was granted 2 minutes. We grant everyone here 3 minutes. And as you can see, when we talked, and I'm just using them as an example because they were predominantly most of the individuals are here this morning, the individuals that were talking about the Israeli flag, they went, 3 minutes and 15 seconds, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. I give a little bit of leeway just to make sure. But the days of 6, 7, 10, 15 minutes are over. On both sides of the issue, whether I'm in favor or against. Another item that I want to make sure my colleagues are aware, and members of the grandstands, I have asked the city manager and the city clerk to do exactly what all other municipalities have. There will be a camera now facing the grandstands. So when individuals act up and start screaming and acting up and making comments again that are disrespectful when they're speaking to other individuals, and it will be visible to everyone in the community. You can see the individuals that are being the most rambunctious and that are continuing to talk and that are continuing to eat and that are continuing, again, to just sow misconduct in an effort to try to be, instead of productive, just continue to be not productive members of our community. So these are simple things. Every other community has them. Every other municipality has them. And I think it's time that we rein in the conduct here in the commission meetings so we can run an efficient meeting so that we're respectful to people's times. Anyone else would like to add anything else to the item?
Well, through the mayor, quick question for Madam City Attorney. So we've heard public commentary. The First Amendment is being trampled through this proposed ordinance. You've just identified, I think, 4 amendments that the ordinance, if carried, would be to the existing code. In your legal opinion, are any of these 4 items, which are what comprise the ordinance, do they in any way diminish, trample, affect First Amendment rights?
I certainly don't believe so. I think they're appropriate, time, place, manner restrictions consistent with our other code of decorum.
And we're talking about things like wearing shoes and a shirt as a minimum dress, right?
Correct, and entering and exiting the chamber silently. I think it's just to be clear again, it's the food or beverages, silencing phones, entering and exiting silently, and shoes and shirts. Those are the proposed additions from the chair. Everything else is already existing in our code.
It was a somewhat rhetorical question to you, but one that I think might be important so that the public is aware. of what's actually being done today. And thank you for your answer.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Yes. So what is the civility code when it addresses residents and elected officials maybe targeting a certain resident by name or a resident in particular? How do we go about that?
The civility code, we have various civility codes, as we discussed at the last meeting. The one that applies to elected officials has certain suggested consequences for violations of the civility code. The ones that apply to members of the public and employees do not have the same procedures applied to them, and their resolutions, they're not in the code as the rules of decorum are.
Okay. So I think we need to be a little mindful when we're addressing the public in specific, especially when you're targeting one resident in particular. We cannot address a person and then expect that not give that person an opportunity to go ahead and defend themselves. And I think that's something that we need to be very mindful about.
To the mayor.
For the record, that individual has every opportunity and speaks on every single issue and speaks during public comment. The last thing I need is a lesson on how to be civil when at the last commission meeting I was gracious enough to not censure Commissioner Castro again for calling me a liar. We're trying to go above and beyond this. We're trying to move on, but it will not be a free-for-all. It can be a free-for-all on the blogs. I can't control the blogs, but it will be respectful here, and we're going to continue to do that. Remember, for 2 years, you ran rucksaw on this commission. Run rucksaw. You did as you pleased. You did whatever you wanted. You took away my staff. You did all kinds of ridiculous things just to make my life as difficult as possible. All I'm doing here today is I'm trying to maintain control of the commission. I will not allow people to be screaming from the chambers outside like it's happened here, not only today, but it's happened before. It's constantly happening here. There's the constant snickering, there's the foul language that's used, there's constantly comments that are coming from that area so that you can hear it. And it's just getting to the point that I'm hearing from residents and I'm hearing from business owners and I'm hearing from employees who are telling me, put your foot down because it's embarrassing the city. Madam Vice Mayor.
So one of the cardinal issues that we had in this last election was the issue of civility. And I continue to hear from residents about it, that we must control, and it's not people that you normally hear from, we must control the public comment in this forum if we're going to get business done. Okay, so suggestions that were heard, such as you shouldn't be allowing somebody to speak on every single item. I said, I'm sorry, they have a right to do so. Okay, you have a First Amendment right to do so. But you have to do so with decorum and civility and, behave properly in a chamber. You wouldn't dare go into a federal courtroom or a state courtroom and behave the type of behavior we've seen here. Yes, you would be escorted out by the bailiff. And if you refuse to go out, you would get arrested. I have a friendly amendment to the civility matter because it's come to my attention that some folks don't realize that vaping is one of the things that should not be done in this chamber. It's pretty clear to most people that you don't smoke in the building, but vaping is looked at as not smoking for some reason. And we did have somebody vaping in the chamber a few meetings ago. So I think that needs to be brought to the attention of folks that vaping is also prohibited.
Perfect.
We can certainly add that before second reading.
Commissioner?
There's, I think, no bigger proponent of the First Amendment than myself. My First Amendment right was violated by the city prior to my term as commissioner for a period of time. The mayor was gracious enough to intervene at the time, and through several meetings with the former city attorney, we were able to address the issue. It cost the city $5,500 to violate my First Amendment right, and it was a very disappointing situation that should have never happened. Prior administrations, prior city manager, but I just want to make sure there are no First Amendment concerns with the legislation that we are passing. I want to make that concrete. I think you answered it for Commissioner Lara. I want it 100% clear. There are no First Amendment affecting changes to the legislation that's being passed today.
Again, the changes are very minimal. They have to do with food and beverage in the chambers, entering and exiting quietly, silencing cell phones, and appropriate dress. None of it addresses any speech at all that's given in public comment or at any point during the thing. It has to do with the manner in which you enter and exit and seat yourself in the chambers. I don't think it has anything to do with any restrictions on speech itself.
Okay. The second question that I have is regarding, I guess it would be rebuttal. If a member of the commission is addressing a resident, do they have, under our code, a right to rebuttal what is being said to them by the member of the commission?
The chair is always welcome to recognize members of the audience to come and speak, or a majority of the commission can recognize somebody to speak.
So it falls back on the general rule, which is the chair has the right to determine
The
that.
chair and the commission as a whole can always recognize people or bring them up or address any discussion.
And I know the answer, I'm just asking to put this on the record. Are there any municipalities that provide a rebuttal period for any public comment?
I haven't looked at that, and I'm happy to look at it between first and second reading. I'm just not aware.
I have not found any. I personally looked into it. I have not found any. Look, it's a shame that we're having to be here having this lengthy discussion on this item. I would like to see us move forward from the battles that we've had over the last 2.5 years and start working for the benefit of the residents, not having to over-legislate just to get things accomplished. Let's find a path forward where we can all respect each other, work together, and get things accomplished. That's my 2 cents.
Madam City Attorney, the response that we provide anyone who'd like to be here for 3 minutes, the public comment section, in regards to the following piece of legislation that is proffered here, correct? Was for item F2. Am I correct?
I'm sorry.
The response, the individual that came up to speak, because I don't want to mention their name, the individual that came up to speak, they had an ample time, over 3 minutes, to speak about the item of F2, correct?
I wasn't aware of what was happening right then, so I'll defer, but I know that individual has.
I think I'm understanding the mayor's question. It was during the public
I'm
hearing.
leading you into a question.
Yes, there was a public hearing for this item that's now under consideration, and that is when you were offering 3 minutes to anyone who came up and spoke during the public hearing for that item.
They could have spoken about the legislation. They decided, like usual, to make it about me, as they always do. And they take the opportunity to sit next to the Herald, as they do, to misinform the Herald. So I recommend that you don't sit next to her. Okay? That's number one. Number two, you cannot sit here and make outlandish, slanderous comments and expect that I'm not going to respond. It's every day. It's constant. These rules are in place before I ever stepped onto this dais. With previous mayors, people who came to speak were held accountable. The time was respected. You did not come up and insult any member of the commission, just like the commission did not insult you. I served on this commission for 12 years. I've never had a member of the commission ever call me or anyone else a liar on the commission. That's a first here on this commission. We took the high road. Do I have every right, Madam City Attorney, if these rules are broken, to take a 15-minute recess and state very clearly that if this happens again, you will not be allowed into the dais, onto the chamber, excuse me?
I think that's documented in the chairperson's ability to run the meeting. Yes, in the code.
The attempt is simple. We have to maintain order. As the vice mayor said, if you go to a courtroom, you're not allowed to do that. When I have to give presentations before countless organizations like the school board or other public institutions, you have to conduct yourself with respect. You're not allowed to speak out of order, and you're allotted a certain amount of time. We're very generous with that time. I'm just asking for a little respect.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Yes. I understand that sometimes we don't hear what we like to hear, and sometimes things can get a little rough, but that doesn't give us the right to dictate what somebody can say or what they cannot say. So that's why I wanted a little more clarification in what the infraction was. And what I'm understanding right now is the fact that the resident sitting in the audience spoke out of turn because they were addressing her by name. I think they were saying, the person to my right was saying she was a liar, and it was, I mean, I think it was pretty strong what the person to my right was saying. So just to clarify, the infraction was what exactly?
I believe the city attorney already mentioned those, but it has to do with being recognized to speak was one of the primary code provisions. We have multiple code provisions regarding a requirement to be, as you all do, go through the chair to be recognized to speak and interrupting proceedings.
I'm so sorry.
I have to
I'm not
correct
done.
you.
Okay, but I'm not done. As soon as I'm done, you can correct
One
me.
second. So the commissioner to my left, Commissioner Castro, said that I called her a liar, the young lady sitting in the back. Again, it's on the public record. I said she misinforms, and I wrote it down here. She slanders, and it's intentional. If the Commissioner Castro called her a liar, then that's her decision. But I never called her a liar. Okay. Now, you can hide it whichever way. I know you want to stick up for her, and you want to do everything you can, because she does a lot of your dirty work for you, and it's perfectly fine. But at the end of the day, the rules are the rules. They've existed. We're going to follow them, and that's it.
Okay, so let me go ahead and continue. The other thing about the whole liar situation, I took accountability for that, right? But during that same meeting, guess what happened? You went ahead and called me incompetent. And then you said you lost 50 brain cells listening to me. So I believe respect goes both ways. I believed at that moment you weren't saying the truth, and I used terminology that I could have probably used in a different way. But just a reminder, respect goes both ways. Nor am I incompetent, or nor will you lose 50 brain cells from listening to me.
Commissioner,
Okay.
we tried to explain to you something that was very simple. You insisted on not understanding. It's your choice. If you want to scream into the abyss, I don't have a problem with that. It's your time. We're moving on. Mr. Clerk,
Yes, sir.
public comment is closed. Do we have any further comment from the commission? None? Okay, I need a motion in a second.
I'll move it.
Commissioner Fernandez?
No eating, no cell phone, not
Sure.
a rowdy entrance into the chamber, and the last one was
Shirt and shoes.
shirt and shoes.
And vaping.
But before you vote,
And
before
vaping.
you, if I may interrupt, if I may, everything that we're applying today here already exists. The 15 minutes, the break, the you have to be respectful. You can't
Oh, no, no.
scream from the grandstands. Oh, sir.
I want to be 100%
All
clear
exist already.
when I cast my vote.
Yes, and they're not required to be in the code. I think that those are measures that the city manager could always take on his own for decorum for the facility and
I
standards
think
for
they're all
entering our
reasonable.
facilities.
Yes.
And just to clarify, we did have the amendment by the vice mayor.
Oh, yes.
The amendment by the
Smoking
vice
and
mayor,
vaping,
okay.
and that will be in there
I
for second
agree.
reading.
We have no smoking in there, correct?
We can make sure that it's very clear smoking and vaping if
Yeah,
it's
it's
not
already not allowed under
If
state
that-
law.
If you would accept it as a friendly amendment, just to make sure that smoking is also in there.
Understood.
Commissioner Lara?
Right, so before I vote, I just want to say, I think that we've spent entirely too much time discussing this proposal. To me, it feels, a couple things I want to say. To one of them, it feels to me clearly, it's an enforcement issue. We're not wholesale amending anything that has been on the books for decades. It's a minor modification, but the issues that have been complained of, to me, appear to be more of an enforcement issue. I want to remind everybody on the dais, and certainly all of our residents, we are a collegial body here on the commission. And we must always lead that way, knowing that we are a collegial body, and we expect a collegiality when engaging with the residents, and that is a two-way street as well. I think that if collegiality leads the day and leads the way, we interact with ourselves on the dais and with the residents when they come before us during public comment, or while they're just sitting in the audience observing the actions that we take during a commission meeting, we would never need to reach into the code, right, for enforcement. But that being said, I'd like to move along. My vote is yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank
Thank you very
you.
much. Moving on to F1, time certain, 11 o'clock. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you for your patience, and I apologize for the last commission meeting. I'm the one, the responsible party. I apologize.
No, of course. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. I apologize myself. Last time I had to catch a plane, so I had to flee from this chamber. So it's a great honor to be able to talk to our great city leadership team. And this is going to be very short and simple.
Can you provide us your name, your address, and the board that you sit on?
Yes. I am Sergio Lemery, and I'm chairman of the Mayor's Board of Advisors. And I'm going to talk to you today very briefly about something that we call the NOPO North Ponce pilot. I say it's going to be very, very short and simple because this is about, we think more freedom, more, and no cost to the city and some benefits to citizens. So it's extremely simple. It's a good example of how we can sometimes engineer or re-engineer some rules to bring benefits to our citizens. So we could call it Beautify Your Block. This is not about just adding one more page to the swell package, but it's an example of how we can beautify an area without creating expenses to the city, as I mentioned before. So thanks to our friends from the Public Works Department, and especially Dina, who we teamed up to work on that. So the issue was, and Dina, feel free to jump in to add anything as I'm going through this. The issue is that the North Ponce streetscape standards kind of lag behind other areas in terms of quality and living experience, and certainly don't bring the same opportunities to property value and to to businesses. So many homeowners associations would like to take an active part in beautifying their block, but they can't really do that right now. Besides, outside of their boundaries, the swell package, the current swell package really applies to single-family homes mostly. It doesn't apply to North Ponce. The sidewalks are narrower, and street parking is parallel to the sidewalk, et cetera, et cetera. So if HOAs want to do that, they have to hire a landscaping architect. They have to create a project on their own. It's complex, it's costly, and everything. So the concept is just to empower, to unlock the possibility for HOAs to beautify their streetscapes. And we've put together a very simple draft addendum to the swell package with a pre-selection of native plants, it's kind of a menu, really. No need to hire landscaping architects. The process is very simple. It's about a 2-week turnaround, and the benefits, totally optional, by the way, for HOAs. So it's not that HOAs are forced in North Ponce to do that. And totally optional. And the benefits to citizens, there is no additional cost to the city, of course. Property value appreciation, you beautify your block, you get direct benefits in some property value. More business opportunities for retail. Some parts of North Ponce right now are not the best areas to set up, say, a restaurant with a terrace or a high-end store. And again, the cost to the city is zero. So this is what this project is about. It's very simple, as I promised, and I'm happy to take any question.
Dina, would you like to add any color to this amazing opportunity?
Yes. Good morning, Dina Bell-Llewellyn, Public Works Assistant Director, Green Space Management. So our swale permit package has been in effect for many years, probably 8 years. As Mr. Lemery said, it was mostly for the larger swales in single-family residential areas, but we want the North Ponce residents to know this is also for the narrow planting areas in front of their properties, and even the street bump outs that might be a landscaped area with a tree in front of their property. If they would like to beautify it and replant it, they follow the simple permit. It's a Public Works permit. They can reach out to me at Public Works Green Space at coralgables.com directly. We'll give you the application and help you with the process to beautify your area.
I love it. So I just want to first and foremost thank Mr. Chairman, for your hard work and commitment. I know that you have a thriving business. You're very busy. You take a lot of pride in Coral Gables and especially the North Gables area. I want to thank you for volunteering on this board. This board is made up of 100% volunteers, people who want to give back. 2 years ago, they came up with the idea of the app, which was funded, thank you, by our incredible clerk. That was one of the projects that we worked on. And the whole purpose of this organization is to bring incredible people like yourself, Harvard-educated individuals who want to give back to the community in their expertise. They see a need, and they want to be able to advise. I asked my colleagues to take advantage of these individuals. How many members do we have now of the Mayor's Council?
I think we are 6 members.
6 members.
Yeah.
I think we have an opening now. If you know anybody that would like to serve, it would be great. These are individuals that are interested. You have any ideas? Schedule time with Sergio. He's amazing. He comes to office hours. He sits down with myself. I know he visits with the Vice Mayor. I know he's met with Commissioner Lara. He's always interested in giving you a little helping hand. He's an expert. He has a lot of information, a wealth of knowledge. And he's doing this because he loves his neighborhood and he saw a need. And this is something that the Mayor's Council is offering the city to say, look, we're going to push this forward. What do you think about this? And they have a whole host of other ideas they're going to be presenting too pretty soon. Very ambitious stuff. I mean, we're talking about satellites. We're talking about green space. We're talking about a lot of cool things that, again, we're very grateful because of highly technical individuals that are involved, that are giving up of their time to be involved with the city of Coral Gables. So I want to thank you and thank the Mayor's Council.
Mr. Mayor, if I may build on what you're saying, so thank you for this introduction. Yes, we are a board of volunteers. We donate our time. We are united with the passion for our city and the willingness to serve. And the way we work, it's very simple. So, the mayor mentioned that there's an opening. So we identify collectively projects, initiatives. We assign a champion for each initiative. That individual is the primary owner, even though other members can be involved. And hopefully we're going to be presenting suggesting some of those initiatives to the commission very soon.
And one of the interesting ones, I'm just giving you it out there because I know all of you are very involved in schools and public safety. They're right now really analyzing Coral Gables Senior High, and they're really focusing in on child safety, pedestrian safety, accessibility. They're working with the school board to devise a plan of how can we address the buses, how can we address the drop-off, how can we address public safety. So again, they're like doing all this legwork for free. They've been doing it for years. They're the ones that put together the app. It was amazing. Some seriously technically savvy, informed people. And I hate to say this because we have to use these people. If you have an idea and you want them to look into it, they'll flush it out. Really interesting stuff. Madam Vice Mayor.
For the mayor, I appreciate this update. It's nothing that we have to vote on. I appreciate the effort that's gone through it. We should connect. I'm going to throw another idea out to you that I just, it's been gathering dust in my pile of things to do, and that is townhomes. We have kind of a hodgepodge going on in these swales, and it's not cohesive with the true intent of that type of architecture. I'm going to ask you to take it under your wing and make some suggestions of how the landscaping should be done, whether it be 1 block's length, or you guys have a discussion about it. Drive around, look at what we have and how we can improve it.
Fair enough.
But like to meet with you on some other stuff too, and we can brainstorm some more ideas, and you guys can run with it.
Of course, with great pleasure, we'll do that.
You had the actual example up a few seconds ago. Will you put that up one more time so the residents here can see it, Mr. Clerk?
Gorgeous.
I want to see it. So this is what they were working on, you see?
Yeah.
I think it's page 11 in this package.
You want to go through it? Yeah.
This is it.
So yeah, go ahead, Dina.
This is the new image we just added, specifically for narrow swales for multifamily and commercial buildings in the north part, more urban areas. And you can see there might be street parking, There's a curbed area, and between the curb and the sidewalk might be a very narrow planting space. You can plant small trees and fill it up with any ground cover of your liking. And it's a simple permit that we will walk you through. It's explained here in the swell package. It's online in the Public Works Green Space Management section of the website. If you want to download it there, you can read all about it.
Anything else? Perfect. Well, Sergio, again, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you, and I'll see you at the next meeting. Thank you for your hard work on behalf of the city. Looking forward to the next few ideas.
Thank you. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item F7, which was 11:30 time certain. Dina, by the way, we're moving forward with this, correct? Or do we need action from the commission? No. I just want to make sure.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir. Mr.
We're moving forward, Mayor.
We're moving forward. You're going to bring it to the commission?
I believe that we can move forward with it on our own.
Yes, the prior resolutions adopting this will package gave authority to
Okay, I just want to make
staff
sure.
administratively
Just want
approve
to make sure that
changes.
we're in good hands. Okay.
Ready to go today.
Because they worked hard on this, so thank you. Perfect.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Clerk, if you could play that introductory video that I sent you, please.
If cable TV could put the YouTube video.
With audio, please.
And Louis Martin, she grew up in a deeply Catholic family. Her four sisters would all enter religious life, and her parents would become the only married couple declared saints of the Catholic Church. Her four other siblings would die young, as did her mother, who died when Therese was only 4. At the age of 14, she decided to request admission to the Carmel of Lisieux, a Carmelite monastery. Therese enlisted the help of her father, who called her his petite fleur, or little flower. The two met with the Father Superior, who would not allow her to enter on account of her age. Therese did not give up. She and Louis set off on a pilgrimage to Rome, where on November 20th, 1887, she knelt before Pope Leo XIII and asked him to allow her to enter Carmel. His Holiness replied, "Well, my child, do what the superiors decide." Therese insisted, and he replied, "You will enter if it is God's will." By April 9th of 1888, Therese had received the blessing of the bishop and was admitted to Carmel as a postulant at the Carmel of Lisieux. Her life in the convent was hidden and simple, marked by love. Therese developed what she called her little way, a spirituality centered on doing small, everyday actions with great love and trust in God, rather than seeking grand deeds. She believed holiness was accessible to everyone through humility, simplicity, and childlike confidence in God's mercy. Therese endured great physical and spiritual trials during her short life, especially during her final battle with tuberculosis. Despite her suffering, she radiated joy and faith, famously writing, "My vocation is love." Her autobiography, The Story of a Soul, written at the request of her superiors, has become a spiritual classic, inspiring countless people with its message of trust and love. Therese died September 30th, 1897, and was canonized by Pope Pius XI on May 17th, 1925. In 1997, Pope St. John Paul II declared her the 4th woman doctor of the Church, recognizing the depth of her teaching despite her young age of 24. Today, she is one of the most beloved saints in the world, with more than 1,700 churches, chapels, cathedrals, and basilicas consecrated to her around the world. Therese reminds us that even the smallest act, when done with love, can transform hearts and build the kingdom of God. Right here in Coral Gables, in the spring of 1926, just a few months after Therese's canonization, the Church of the Little Flower was established by Bishop Patrick Barry of the Diocese of St. Augustine. The church was to be built adjacent to the newly opened school, St. Joseph's Academy, today known as St. Teresa Catholic School. The church, currently undergoing renovations, was completed in 1952 and is the religious home to over 3,000 families in our community. The school, operated by the Carmelite Sisters, has graduated thousands of students who have become active members of our community, including members of our city staff. Today, with the Commission's support, we will honor the legacy of St. Therese of Lisieux and the work of the parish and school in her name by designating Indian Mound Trail between Palermo and Valencia as St. Teresa's Little Way, in time for the school's anniversary celebration in November and the presence of the relics of St. Therese at the parish in December of this year.
Commissioner?
Thank you very much. So I had a resident approach me, Jorge Santibáñez, about the possibility of naming Indian Mound Trail in front of the school and the church as St. Teresa's Little Way. So I spoke with staff, and co-designation is the best way to do it. They're really the only tenants of that block are the church, and there's one residence at the end of the block who are parishioners at the church as well. And I think this is a way to honor the legacy that the Carmelite sisters, St. Teresa, the Church of the Little Flower, have had in our community here in Coral Gables. I think George Merrick had a great vision for our city. Part of that vision including bringing in different faiths and denominations into this city and ensuring that residents had access to their religious and their faith in the city of Coral Gables. And this was the first Catholic parish in the city of Coral Gables. I was talking earlier about David Lawrence and bringing it back to reading. One of the books that I read this summer was the autobiography of St. Teresa of Lisieux. And if you have not had the opportunity to read it, regardless of your faith, you should pick this book up. It is an incredible read. She was 23 and 24 years old when she was writing this book. And the Catholic Church in nearly 2,000 years has only had 38 doctors of the church declared. St. Therese was one of them. This 24-year-old became one of the doctors of the Catholic Church because of what she wrote for this book. And she never expected this to be published. In fact, she always said, if it is published, make sure it's after my lifetime, because she did not want the recognition. One of the sisters who was in the Carmel with her often said, such a religious person, and nobody will ever know anything about her because she lived in a monastery. How things have a way of working themselves out. And today, over 1,700, I tried to figure out which order Coral Gables Church of the Little Flower was, since it was dedicated so shortly after St. Teresa's canonization. We were way down the list. There were a lot of people who really had a connection just a short 37, 38 years after her passing, that many churches were dedicated in her honor. And we've seen just recently the canonization of Carlo Acutis, a 15-year-old in the Catholic Church, very similar to the faith of St. Therese. St. Therese has touched the lives. Pope Leo XIV has mentioned St. Therese. Fulton Sheen wrote a book about St. Therese. It's incredible what this one little nun who had a very strong faith in God was able to do for the faith of so many people around the world, and she still does so today. She said that she would spend her days in heaven working for the souls on earth. And it's an incredible life. I wanted to put this on here. I would like for us to move forward on this. I think it's an opportunity that we have to honor St. Therese, and again, like I said, an incredible parish which has a large number of our residents being a part of the parish, and many more who have been a part of the school. Imelis is here from the clerk's office. She is one of the alums from St. Teresa, and I'm open for a discussion from the rest of my colleagues.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I will close the public comment. Anyone on the commission would like to add anything?
If you move it, I'll second.
Anything else from the commission?
I think that was great, Commissioner Fernandez. You know, I think we all have a deep connection, one way or another, some deeper than others, to the church, St. Teresa Little Flower, and it is a jewel of the city. It's a part of the city's history, and you know, on a personal note, you know, I was married to the Church of Little Flower, and I think a lot of people, you know, can recount the benefits and the blessings that fall upon us all for having that in the city. And I think that your resolution, you know, it seems quite appropriate to me, and I think that the residents will be very, very happy as well with this recognition.
So through the mayor.
Yes.
Just a brief comment that I think this is a wonderful way to not only recognize the person she was, but also what she stood for, and it's a good appropriate day to do that. And dedicating that section will help remind people and look up what the story was, and hopefully they'll pick up the book and they'll learn a lot more and try to emulate that behavior. So thank you.
I'm 100% behind it.
And today's actually the feast day of her parents, Saints Zeli and Louis. So with that, I'll make a motion.
And I moved it.
Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to F2, update regarding the art cinema expansion timeline, an item that I put on the agenda that we've been working on for probably the last 6 or 7 years. I'd like to invite our friends from the cinema to please come up. Oh, you would like for, all right. Madam Director, good morning.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you
Vice
for being
Mayor,
here.
Commissioners, good morning. I'm Paige Perez, Asset Manager. The Art Cinema has applied for their building permit and is currently working with the city's Development Services Department on corrections. We're waiting on a current bank statement and commitment letter from their board. They do have a board meeting scheduled for October the 8th. Additionally, there is an environmental inspection that took place today at the current patio and thing space.
So today they were checking for asbestos, correct? That building was built, what, maybe 15, 20 years ago? 20?
Mayor, 15, 20 years, something like that, but as you know, Durham requires it nonetheless.
Yeah, I don't foresee it having asbestos.
No.
I mean, but again, I understand it's a Durham requirement. I'm looking forward to moving forward.
And I did hear that it did go smoothly this morning.
Good. So I'm looking forward to moving forward. And I want to be very clear about this, okay? This is going to cost the city money. But it's not only about money, because I foresee the expansion of cinema being something incredibly positive for the community on a cultural front. Just like we're going to lose a great tenant, I think the expansion of cinema is going to make up, if not surpass, that loss in parking revenue, and also the money that people will spend in the community, at the restaurants, at books and books, shopping, enjoying themselves, parking on the street, parking in the parking garage, hopefully, if there's space. But this is an important part of our community, and I'm a big supporter of the cinema. I love the work that's being performed at the cinema, and they really hit all the high notes. When we're celebrating, for example, Black History Month, they have a great movie on Black history. Or when we're talking about, something like Bastille Day, they'll have something in regards to France. Or when they talk about sustainability, they do great things about the environment. They do a lot of work with Miami-Dade County Public Schools, with private schools. So I'm proud to have worked with this with Marlon for a long time. It's time. The money's in place, which is my understanding. The commitments are there. I want to see us move forward. I need to be, through the manager, updated, and the commission, to make sure there's any roadblocks, if there are any issues, if, let's say, sometimes we forget things, they forget things. Just keep us in the loop. If there are things that are owed, I know we waited 2 months to be able to access the site, which is okay, it's fine. We got it done today. It was not their fault. It was not our fault. Just the tenant. It was a coordination issue, but we're moving forward. I'd like to see this, move forward as quickly as possible. I think it's a great benefit to the community.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Just a comment. I think we've been waiting a long time for this, but for some of the folks, because I know we have to be, very wise with the monies that we spend, just remind folks, for every dollar we invest into the cultural arts, it yields us 7 times the benefit in the business community, for the restaurants, the businesses, the hotels, et cetera, that come and patronize our city. So I think this is an excellent opportunity going forward. Thank you.
Through the mayor?
Mr. Commissioner?
So I'm not going to echo, because it is obvious and it's self-evident what the mayor and the vice mayor has been saying about on the economic side, for sure. It's a no-brainer. Expanding the art cinema yields demonstrable, tangible economic benefits for everyone in the city. But I will echo and add what's already been said, that from the cultural side of things, and from the sense of community, right? I recently went to see Downton Abbey, at the Art Cinema, there wasn't a spare seat in the house. We need the expansion, okay? I was sitting in the back. They were kind enough to bring a chair for my wife and me to enjoy the movie. It was particularly special because so many residents came in period piece, you know, to try and share a communal experience. So from the benefits of the driver of the engine to provide, the dollars that the downtown area needs, to elevating the cultural experience that we're so proud to have in the city. There's so much more we need to do. And for the sense of community, because when you go to watch a movie there with your fellow residents, you know, it elevates the experience and it helps bring you closer to the people that call Coral Gables home. So I'm a big supporter of it, and I really applaud my fellow colleagues for putting so much support behind this. And there's nothing better than a dollar invested that has a great ROI, and the ROI comes in many different ways. So thank you. Thank you. And thanks to Marlon sitting out there in the audience for all that you do. We really appreciate you. Marlon.
I think the Art Cinema has an incredible board that is beyond dedicated, an incredible team. I had the opportunity to tour during their summer program, and to see so many young people who are interested in getting involved in the industry was incredible. And it's an industry that unfortunately has been dying out here in South Florida. I served for a period of time on the Miami-Dade County Film and Entertainment Board, and we were always trying to find new ways to attract the industry back, because we have lost the film industry to the state of Georgia. But having places like the Art Cinema provides a venue for these young people to come and experience it firsthand, to see films that perhaps are iconic, but you can't find unless you're watching them on Netflix at home. And it's not the same experience. So thank you for the work that you do. I think this is a great project. It's going to continue to expand in our city, on our city's cultural front, something that we have taken great pride in for many, many years. So happy to support this.
Thank you. So let's move forward. Let's get excited and let's support the cinema. How many members do you have now? Well, why don't you come up here? I know I asked you a question, but come up here. Let's do it the right way.
Thank you, Paige. I just want to acknowledge.
Your name?
Hi, I'm Brenda Moe, Executive Director, Programming Director at Coral Gables Art Cinema.
Your address?
260 Aragon Avenue, Coral Gables, Florida.
Follow the rules for everybody.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge Paige. She has been a phenomenal asset manager, partner, and just the onboarding process that she's been going through. I just want to acknowledge her, and thank you, City Manager, for everything that you've done for us.
How many members do we have now?
We're approaching 2,550, so we hit 2,500 this year, which is a significant milestone for us, having only 141 seats. It's really a testament to how committed this community is in our cultural landscape.
So this is important to me, and there was an article written the other day in the Herald, and I'm happy that it got some good exposure, because at the end of the day, we need to grow that membership base. I think it's incredibly important, especially with the work that you're doing. So now's the time. By the way, a great Christmas gift, a great Hanukkah gift.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning
Whatever you
that.
support, you give a membership to the museum, give a membership to the cinema. There's a wonderful opportunity. I mean, it's a gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, that's a great mention. Thank you for bringing it up. We love promoting membership and gift cards for the holidays.
You bring up a pretty good suggestion, or something that came to mind from what you mentioned. Maybe there's a way to create a multi-tiered membership that includes maybe the museum and Miracle Theater, so that folks can enjoy all three, and maybe it's a partnership that can be worked out with the three entities.
So we have reciprocal membership benefits that we offer our local partner organizations. All you need to do is come to the cinema, say I'm a member of the museum, and we'll give you member price tickets. Also, I want to mention all city employees just need to mention that they are employees of the city. This is fire, police, anybody in the city. Our ticket price for members is still only $8, which is phenomenal. On Mondays, it's $5 and you get free popcorn.
And
So-
it doesn't even make sense. Though the whole point is that if you told me that there was an organization in South Florida that had 2,500 members that contribute and are proud to contribute and growing, I mean, that's something that, again, I brought it up because it's always impressed me and how it continues to grow. That means that you're doing something right. That means that people see the value. They see the value of continuing to support this institution.
Well, it's your support over many years that has been wind in our sails, and I just want to say we're really incredibly grateful.
Just let's expand.
Yep.
That's a good thing.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We have a time certain item at 12 o'clock. 2.1 and E3.
Mayor, 2.1 is a resolution of the Historic Preservation Board requesting that the City Commission consider the Historic Preservation Board's previous discussions regarding the location of the Gondola building, as well as the previously issued certificate of appropriateness for the reconstruction and location of the Gondola building prior to approving the proposed new location and proceeding pursuant to Section 1-104 of the City Zoning Code.
Madam
E-
Director?
Sorry,
I'm
you
sorry, I
just read-
apologize. I
no,
thought you
sorry,
were done.
Mayor.
Excuse me.
E3 is a resolution of the City Commission pursuant to Zoning Code Article 1, General Provisions, Section 1-104, Jurisdiction and Applicability, approving the location of the Gondola building located at the site of Biltmore Hotel Golf Course, Coral Gables, Florida. A lengthy legal description is on file, providing for repealer provisions, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. This is a quasi-judicial item, so I will ask that the clerk please swear in all individuals who will be testifying today.
Those who will be testifying on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Anna Pernas, Historic Preservation Officer. I want to introduce to you our Vice Chair, Alex Silva, who's going to present our resolution. We also have a board member, Kelly Shield, as well.
How are you, sir?
Good. How are you? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the Commission, and Mr. City Manager for allowing me to speak to you today about this item. My name is Alejandro Silva with offices at 135 San Lorenzo Avenue, Suite 880, Coral Gables, Florida. I come before you today as Vice Chair of the Coral Gables Historic Preservation Board, representing our board. I know you've all read the item in the backup material, so I'll just briefly summarize the issues. The Gondola building was an original accessory historic structure of the Biltmore Hotel complex. Constructed in 1925, it was the launching point for George Merrick's imported Italian gondolas. The gondolas were used to provide canal tours for prospective buyers and reinforce Merrick's vision of the city as a Mediterranean-inspired paradise. The original building fell into disrepair, and in 2019, the city applied for and received a grant from the state of Florida to reconstruct an exact replica of the structure. Plans were generated, and the project moved into the permit approval process, with the building coming to the Historic Preservation Board in December of 2024 for review, where the board unanimously passed a motion to approve the application as presented, which was a full reconstruction on the original site. Since then, the city has decided to invoke Zoning Code Section 1-104, which allows the city to bypass any normally required board review and go directly to the City Commission for approval. The city's new proposal is to locate the gondola building to a different site within the Biltmore Hotel property. Now, this was not a decision made in a vacuum. I respect the city manager and his hardworking staff, and personally, I'm very glad he's come back for another term of service to the city. I understand the attempt to balance all of the city's concerns on this particular issue and the recommendation to move the proposed site for the reconstruction of the gondola building. I would, however, urge the Commission to review the conclusion that moving the site is the best way forward for this project. When our board considered the original application for the project, it became clear that the most authentic, correct, and viable solution was for the gondola building to remain in its current and original location. The Secretary of Interior Standards for Historic Preservation are very clear on this, stating that, quote, changes that create a false sense of historical development shall not be undertaken, end quote. The integrity of a building's location and setting is a key factor in determining its historical significance. The standards recognize that a building's site and environment are defining characteristics of its historic character, and moving a building severs this connection. Now, will reconstructing the building in its original site possibly disrupt the operations of the golf course? Honestly, the answer is most likely yes. During construction, leaving it on its current site will most likely require a temporary asphalt path for construction access. This could be managed effectively by the selected contractor, with deliveries onto the site managed for off hours, either before or after the golf course is in operation. We recognize this would most likely slightly lengthen the construction time period as well, but these temporary, and I stress the word temporary, challenges should be overridden by the fact that overcoming them will result in a building that is sited in its original, historically accurate site for another 100 years. Public Works and the City Manager have reviewed this project under a strict framework of costs and operational concerns from the Biltmore, which we all acknowledge, but we believe strongly that leaving the building in its original location is the right thing for the city to do, not only from a historic preservation standpoint, but from a public access standpoint, and for a possible future adaptive reuse as well. Leaving the building in its original site allows for more public access and allows the city and the Biltmore Hotel to plan for any future adaptive reuses, which we would highly encourage as a Historic Preservation Board, of the building as a cafe, a simple, elegant rest station for golfers, or as a permanent historical exhibit. When George Merrick conceived of this building back in 1925, he carefully and thoughtfully placed it almost at the center of his grand golf course. He placed it in the widest portion of the canal, bisecting the course specifically to create a lagoon-like romantic setting for the launching of these gondolas that he imported from Italy to reinforce his grand vision of Coral Gables as a Mediterranean revival city. The placing of this beautiful gem of a building at this specific location, I would argue, is another one of the city's gestural vignettes, no different than the De Soto Fountain or Granada entrance or any of the plazas along Coral Way. The gondola building in this location evokes the beautiful renderings of Denman Fink that we're all familiar with as iconic images of the city. The building is an important and interesting part of our city's history. Moving the gondola building to the proposed obscure location where it would be hidden from public view, and most importantly, break an important connection to the city's past, would be a grave disservice to our history and our residents. As a proud citizen of Coral Gables and member of our Coral Gables Historic Preservation Board, I respectfully request that you reconsider the relocation of the gondola building and direct Public Works to proceed with the Historic Preservation Board's original recommendation to reconstruct it on its original historic site. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for your service, by the way, and I appreciate you being here. I know you're very, very busy.
Thanks.
I'm going to touch on a few points. Do you want to hear from staff?
Yes, Mayor, I think you should have the staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Hermes Diaz, Public Works Director. So the presentation, I'll touch on a few points that has already been discussed, so I'll try to be brief. Just general history, the Biltmore Hotel, the construction began in 1924. An original accessory building, 15 to 25 gondolas used to be stored there for access to Tahiti Beach and Biscayne Bay. In December 2024, the Historic Preservation Board passed a motion recommending the approval of the reconstruction of the gondola building at its current location. On August 14, 2025, we made them aware that we will be coming to commission, that we were going to invoke Section 1-104 of the zoning code, and we're going to ask the commission for approval to relocate it. That's mapped with the original location of the gondola building, and these are some photos of the building prior to its collapse. We are actively working on plans for the reconstruction of the building. Trying to maintain and reuse as much as the features of the building that can be reused. And the following map shows the original building location and the new proposed location further downstream along the canal. And this is a little bit of blow up of the new location adjacent to the path. And now, why do we think the proposed location is better? First of all, it's going to be more accessible to the public from Bird Road. You have a decreased likelihood of disruption from golfing activities, not only during construction, but after construction. Increased safety for both patrons and golfers. Better access to construction equipment and personnel. reduce risk of damage to the historically recognized golf course due to construction activities. And I want to point out that the Biltmore Hotel does support the relocation, and that location has been accepted by the grantor and the state of Florida Division of Historical Resources. That's it.
All right. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Mr. Director. At first, I'd just like to briefly acknowledge our friends from the board. Thank you for being here. Thank you for giving of your service, your time. I know you're very busy, and we appreciate your expertise. Thank you very much. Also, to the staff, amazing work. To the city manager, this has been a point of contention for some time. I just want to ask you a few questions just to refresh my memory because I don't remember everything. I remember when I went to Tallahassee with the vice mayor, we advocated for the appropriations for this project. Do you know what the amount was exactly?
I want to say $750,000.
And do you know when that was?
2019, something like that.
2021.
2021. Okay. I just want to make sure people understand that to really give it the context, the time that this is taking.
Correct.
This is a very complex project, not because of its size, just because you're talking about the historic nature.
The location.
The location. And we were able to get almost $800,000 from the state. And I want to be thankful to the state. I want to thank our state representatives. I want to thank our state senators, our governor. Thank you for making this appropriation happen. If it wasn't for you, along with our amazing team, we had Chelsea that worked there. We had Naomi. We had, who else did we have that went up with us? Well, the commissioners back then. This is an important piece of our history. And with that being said, it's also a complicated part of our history. And let's talk about it very candidly. And I think we need to have a candid conversation and leave the politics aside. Okay? I'm not a historic preservationist, but I have a deep love for it. Obviously, being the mayor of the city, what we've done with the Whiteway lights, I found the George Fink studio to buy, and a lot of things that we've been doing. But this one's a complicated one for me. I would love to have it in its original location, but I want to see its original location. How many people, honestly, in our community go out there to take a look at this building? How many people really understand where this building is? Right now, even if you were to go out there, by the way, I'm not a golfer. I've never played around the golf. I'm not saying it's not fun. It probably is. I just have never played golf. If the golf is going on, if a game of golf is going on, and you're next to this building, it's a liability, correct? I mean, I'll leave that for the attorneys. It could be an issue, correct?
I'll follow up on some of that.
Okay, so I'll leave it up to the vice mayor, who's more of an expert than I am on that front. So, first and foremost, you really don't get that much access to it. And I respect what the gentleman was saying because he's a truist. He wants it the way it was, and I respect that. I'm gonna go a little further. This building, in my opinion, needs to be treasured and needs to be used. People need to see it every day. I thought it would be the most appropriate is to have it next to the tennis center in one form or another. To have it used by the garden club, to have it used by the Girl Scouts, to have it used by historic preservation so they can have their meetings there. We can have maybe a museum to use it, to use the building, to really touch the building, to understand the building. It's a major part of our history that I'm pretty sure a lot of people, or a majority of the people in this community, have never even seen it because of the location it's in. Because a lot of people don't golf. A lot of people don't go to the Biltmore. To play around the golf at the Biltmore is $200+ sometimes. It's expensive. And you got to go out there. It's not like you can be in the Biltmore and you're going to see it from one of the ballrooms or anything like that. You've got to make a trek out there to make sure you get it and you look at it closely.
A lot of steps.
A lot of steps, which is fine. It is what it is. It's just like those beautiful bridges that are out there. I mean, they're stunning. If you get closer to those bridges out there, you really acknowledge how exceptional they are. So I know that we don't have the ability to move it to the tennis center. But one thing that I want my commission to think about, if they don't want to do it, I won't waste the time. I was thinking about reaching out to the Senate President and the Speaker of the House and saying, if we're going to move this, let's move it to somewhere where it can be used, where it can actually get real admiration, where people can see it. Move it next to the tennis center, adjacent to the tennis center. Now we're going to have the pickleball courts. You could have something very well done, manicured, landscaped, something that could be done so it could be used and it could be treasured. and we could have other boards use it. So that's something I just wanted to put it out there. I'm willing to write a letter with my colleagues in the commission signing it, saying if we're going to move it, we should move it to something that, again, in my opinion, I think is a little bit more in line with what we get more use. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, thank you, Mayor. That was our preferred site because we feel that parks can do some amazing programming in that building, and the people will appreciate more what they see than what they don't see. So that was our number one preferred site. However, the state required it to be adjacent to water, but that would certainly, we completely agree that would be our preferred site because I think people would appreciate the building, and it's hard to appreciate what you don't see.
I'm willing to move forward today, and if I could just write a letter, if my colleagues, I don't want to write a letter to an elected official of this magnitude without approval from my colleagues on the commission. I want to make sure that I get the appropriate approvals from all my colleagues on this matter. If you're interested, we move forward. I will write a letter to the state Senate President, to our state representatives, Speaker of the House, Danny Paris, to the governor, and we ask for this opportunity. We send them an actual map showing where it is currently right now, where the state is stating for it to be put, and where we feel, not because it's a convenience for it, I think it's just better for the community to really look at this. Like I see people stand in front of the Fink Studio after the renovation that we did, and they mesmerize at the beauty of the Fink Studio. They spend time looking at it. It's an exceptional building. I think this building should have the same opportunity. Commissioner?
So I was really torn by just hearing about this during my agenda review and just trying to figure out the best path forward because, like our board vice chair, I'm also a truist. I think it should be at that same location. But I have been to that location. I have walked that area. Actually, we drove through there on 4th of July last year, and it's not a good location for any use, just because of how distant it is and how dangerous it is in the golf course. So one of the things that I thought of is there a way to keep it on the property? And I think when you start looking into the history of the Biltmore, and I only found this out when I started doing research for an article when I was a Gables Insider, and I sat down with our archivist and we started going through old files. The number of buildings that were on that property at one point was incredible. There were over 30 buildings on there. It was hard to figure out which ones were the original ones and which ones were new, just because of how much that property had been built out over the years for the hospital's needs and for the VA's needs. But I think the location near the tennis center is probably the one that would have the most use and the least liability when it comes to the golf course, having walked that area as well, looking for a location for pickleball. And I liked your idea of a coffee shop. I think that would be a great location for a coffee shop, very similar to what we have at Granada Golf Course in Le Parc. I forgot the name all of a sudden. But something like that where you don't just have to be going to the tennis center or to the Biltmore to enjoy that coffee shop. You could just be driving around, you say, you know what, I'm going to go to the coffee shop at the Gondola building. And I think that would be a location that would be beneficial. I think, Mr. Mayor, the letter idea is phenomenal. I think Tallahassee is always concerned about the division that they've seen in the news of this city. Why don't we all sign the letter? I think we should all sign the letter and show a sign of unity that we are behind this as a commission, supportive of ensuring that the Gondola building remains on the Biltmore property, but in a location that is safe, accessible, that is not contingent on storms, because we have a hurricane, water comes up that waterway, and all of a sudden we have storm damage to the building. I think it's a great idea, and I think it's something that can really get this community behind a historic preservation project, slight relocation on property. But we watch the videos online all the time of historic buildings being relocated to save them, and the incredible work that's done to relocate them. You would never figure out that they had been someplace else. And right now it's an eyesore. We need to do something. We need to move on this. I think the time is now, and let's try to find a way forward.
So, Mayor, I'm going to cover some items that weren't covered, because I understand the pain of trying to make a decision on where to move this building. I had the opportunity long before I ran for office to go out on the golf course. I was trying to get in condition to go on a major hike with my girls, who are 30 years younger plus than me, out to Yosemite and do Half Dome.
But you're 21.
Yeah. So I was out there running with my dogs and going up and down the hills and stuff, and I would go over the bridges and so forth. You couldn't see the gondola building. In fact, no one saw the gondola building. No one got the experience of gondola building. Then I was elected, and I went out to see the gondola building. Mr. Brett Gillis was with me. And, I tried to warn him about the golf balls because I was familiar with looking for the golfers to make sure that they were hitting the balls away from me when I was out there doing my training. And lo and behold, of course, he didn't quite watch the golfers. And he got hit in the head, and it was severe, and he had to go to the hospital. The building was already in very bad condition at the time, and the final blow, I understand, was a tractor, one of the lawn tractors backed into it. It's in a bad location. I also studied the soil, the elevation. I know we have an amazing engineer that can fix everything, but the reality is, water levels are getting higher. I had the opportunity when I went to the League of Cities to meet with some other managers, and I was unpleasantly surprised that some cities in our state are going to go underwater very shortly, because St. Augustine's only 12 inches above sea level, 12 inches. So all those wonderful historic buildings are going to be lost unless some drastic measures are taken. Don't know that you can save St. Augustine, but we can save the gondola building, and we can put it somewhere where it is not hazardous to your life, because that golf ball hits in the wrong spot on your head, you're gone, where people can actually enjoy it. So I will take the blame for trying to move it further east along the waterway, because I was so concerned about life safety. The last thing we want to do is you put something out there that's a gem, and people want to go see it. And how are we going to feel if they get hurt? How are we going to feel if a child gets hit in the head with a golf ball and ends up in a hospital or worse? At that point, the purpose of historic preservation is lost because people don't get to enjoy it. So that's why I'm in favor of moving it.
So, thank you, Vice Mayor. On item E3, is the commission in favor of amending this resolution to add a letter from the commission to our state Senate president, to the Speaker of the House, to the governor, obviously the appropriate departments at the state level, with a detailed letter talking about sea level rise, use, prior accidents. For example, if Brett Gillis will allow us, maybe he can write even a letter stating that he's an individual who's been very involved in the city, historic preservationist, and he actually was hit by a golf ball. I think that would be impactful and send a message. There's actually should be records of him actually going to the hospital. Talking about, we know we have to move it, and this is where the prescribed location is to move the gondola building, but we're thinking about this building and why, and detail that letter, and then have the entire commission sign it and forward. And obviously we have some time, not a lot, but we can put this together in the next week or so, 2 weeks. I'll send it to the leaders of the state level, and hopefully we get a response, and we'll have the lobbying team respond accordingly and follow up on that measure. And I'll reach out to the elected officials, and hopefully we can get them to get a little bit of a better understanding. I think we should put a map that really explains things, photos of the gondola building, address issues one by one, and see if we have a little bit of luck.
A quick question for the city attorney. The language that is currently on there regarding it being next to the water, what is that language exactly? Do you have that?
That's a requirement from the grants.
But what is the written? I just want to see if there's what the actual wording.
Yeah, I don't have that language. I think that perhaps our budget director can provide that.
Good afternoon, Assistant Finance Director for Budget Compliance. So we're looking back at our conversations with the grantor. We had several conversations back and forth over the last couple of years about the location. Originally, we were proposing doing it at the Kerdike Center, and they expressed concern about the location. And so I'm looking back to the original emails where they stated that their preference was one location over the bridge, closer to Kerdike, but still on the waterway, and they gave us 4 locations on the waterway because they felt that it was more historically significant and in line with the fact that the building was used for gondolas, which were used along the waterway. But I'm going to look for the specific emails back and forth. I don't believe that it's outlined in the grant, but it's been in our communications back and forth with them to identify
I'm just trying to think outside the box here. Because maybe we can add a feature outside the building with maybe a fountain or a pool that commemorates the gondola portion of it, and it would satisfy their need and requirement. I'm just thinking outside the box, put that on your, something that'll just, showcase what it was. It doesn't have to be on the waterway, but we can create something there that mimics what its original purpose was with a gondola there, something to that effect.
I think it's a great idea.
I don't know what would satisfy the requirement, but suggestions are welcome.
Right, exactly. with those requirements, sometimes, as long as there's water there, they're okay with it. It doesn't necessarily have to be the actual waterway where it was.
And I think that if we engage the Senate President and the Speaker of the House, I think we explain the reason why, and we actually have evidence providing reasons. Talk about sea level rise, talk about safety, examples and testimonials from people. We put together a comprehensive letter. I think that it may resonate, that we're trying to do the right thing. At the end of the day, I want to pass a resolution. We got to move forward with this. We got to rebuild this because it's an eyesore in the city. The gentleman in the back, you want to say one thing? Please come up, just because we're trying to move on the agenda. Thank you, sir.
Perhaps we can invite them over and show them on site.
Yes, sir.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. I live on the Granada Golf Course, so I'm very familiar with the skill level of our Gables golfers. So I appreciate all your concerns and all the comments. I'm not going to reiterate our position. We do think it's the more historically accurate thing to leave it in its place. If it does, however, need to be moved, and the way the winds are blowing, seems like that's going to happen, we would. The great public benefit that would come from moving it would be better access, right? So if the grantor rejects your letter and insists on having it along the waterway, I would really request that the city make a really concerted effort to provide access to whatever site is done. If it's moved to the location where it's being proposed now, that maybe funding gets added to really provide true public access from Bird or from wherever it may be, because if it does move, then to me that is the only benefit that the city would be getting. This greater access and something true access.
But can I be frank with you? And
sure.
We can have this conversation back and forth all day. And I value your input. It means a lot. But can you imagine if you put this gondola building in the middle of a golf course, even if you did do a trail, how many people are going to go out and walk all the way into the golf course to go and look at the gondola building? When you could have it, for example, where there's a brand new parking lot where it's lit next to the tennis center, where people can use it in the mornings, for example, the garden club, or another group in the community. I'm just saying that's where I'm all for the historic purity of it, but I'm also lost in the fact that I want people to use the building. We're making a $2 million investment, and we want to make sure that people get to use it.
I hear you. And if it does move, but if the grantor rejects that location in the tennis center, then I would just ask that if it does move to that other location, we do provide access, which is possible, right? It's very close to Bird Road, so that's doable. And thank you again. Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Manager.
Through the mayor, thank you, Mayor. Due to the fact that we thought we were going to have these issues on the location of the building, the structure of the building has been designed that it can easily accommodate all these sites.
Okay.
It's just a matter of changing the actual site plan, and maybe we can get some art or something in the building that would go with the gondola concept. So we will be looking at that.
Can you do me a favor? Can you work with your staff in my office, and also Chelsea from your office, and basically start putting together a letter and basically addressing all the comments that we've made here so we can be prepared to reach out to the state.
Yes, Mayor, we'll do that for the commission, yes.
I'd like to see if we can reach out and send that, and then I'll make personal phone calls and meet with our state legislators to see how we can
Yes.
find
Yes.
find an opportunity to maybe address all the matters and meet the needs of the grant, but also give this jewel the opportunity to truly shine.
Of course, Mayor, we'll do.
So we have E3, and with a friendly amendment, as I mentioned before.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
We have any public comment?
Yes, sir. We
Okay, go ahead.
First speaker, Mr. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. This is a deja vu moment. Years ago, some of us stood in these chambers and we called what happened to the Gondola building demolition by neglect. I guess we were looking ahead and we knew what the plan was at that time. That building was a problem where it was, and we let it go this way so we could justify moving it. I'm sorry. You know what? I hope I don't live long enough to see other historical buildings that by convenience, we're gonna find another place to put them as long as we put the building someplace. That was not the way it was designed. That was not the way we thought it should be at that time. At this time, I'm sure if we were to talk to some of the people that were here then, they would say, I told you so. There had to be a reason to let it get so bad that we could move it.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to go to Zoom next.
Before we do that, I'd like to respond accordingly because, again, misinformation in an effort to mislead. Again, this building, and to say that anyone on this commission or a previous commission allowed this building to deteriorate, to move the building, it's absolutely ridiculous and shameful. And it's the constant rhetoric that comes from individuals that don't understand what happens. We went to Tallahassee and we almost got $1 million in appropriations to make sure that we could save the taxpayers in this community what we had to do. We've made a commitment to historic preservation. Just off the bat, we've spent millions of dollars on renovating the George Fink studio. We've spent millions of dollars on the Venetian pool. We're going to spend tens of millions of dollars on City Hall. We have in our sites the water tower, which is something that we've been working on and we've had countless meetings on to figure out a way that's going to cost us $2 million? $2
million.
$2 million. We're in the process of finding a way now to ensure that once we spend those $2 million, we don't have to do it every 10 years because of the structure of the building. What else am I forgetting that we've done here in regards to historic buildings? Oh, the museum, millions of dollars in the museum. To say, I'm sorry? The White Way lights. Thank you, Commissioner. I think it was $2.3 million. That was an item that I worked on. I can't believe I forgot that. And there's other items. To get up here and saying that we do not support historic preservation, it's just a continued effort to mislead, and then to come up and say that we intentionally allowing this building to fall down. Do you think I want to hear from any one of my colleagues that this building fell down? I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. It's absurd. A tractor hit it, and it was already in extremely bad shape. We should have taken care of it, and we didn't. And now we are. And we just have a difference of opinion in regards to where the location should be. But at the end of the day, if the state says no, the state says no. We're going to put it where they say. We just think that it'd be, in my opinion, and I think the opinion of my colleagues, I don't want to speak for them, they haven't voted yet. We just want people to see it. We want people to use it. We want people to see its splendor. It's a beautiful building. So again, I know that we are in a continued effort to sow a negative narrative in an effort to hurt people and get sound bites and all kinds of crazy things, but it doesn't work. It didn't work at the last election, and it doesn't work now. Let's conduct ourselves like professionals and not lie. Yes, sir.
Mayor, we will also spend millions of dollars on Miracle Theater. another
Miracle
historical
Theater.
building.
So, I mean, and we can keep going and going and going. Which one? Merrick House. By the way, I wrote the piece of legislation that asked us to put the wall back, which we had in a photo that we found that one of the Merrick House members brought to my attention. It's never ending. It's never ending. Historic preservation is part of our DNA, and it's never ending. Thank God, because that's what makes our city so beautiful. So moving on. Mr. Clerk, you said we had another
We have
speaker?
additional speakers on
Perfect.
Zoom, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
First speaker on Zoom is going to be, I believe, Carelia Carbonell.
Ms. Carbonell, good afternoon. You want to go back to her? Oh, she's got it? Okay.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Hi, everyone. Fine, thank you. I've, as you know, Mayor, with all due respect, I have been just being a proponent of this gondola building. And I have to say, and I am a witness to this, you and I were in the office when the gondola building, we realized it had collapsed.
Yep.
And you personally called and really started conversation about the funding so that the city didn't have to, take the full, the full cost. So I am a testament to that. And I really thank you because you took that on and you called and I heard you. And then, of course, the other thing is I support the Historic Preservation Board's resolution. From the beginning, it's a gondola building, and of course, it should never have collapsed, but it did, and it was part of the historic designation, obviously, of the Biltmore Hotel. And I do want to read, and it's just one paragraph that talks about it, but I'm all for adaptive reuse as well. And again, I also want to say that Mr. Silva, when he said, if it has to be moved, let's try and move it to somewhere where it's on the waterway, because that's really where, this building, and of course to have access to it. Obviously the third would be, somewhere else, but if I can just say that, but I do want to thank you, Mayor. You did. The reason we have 700, and I don't know if that's obviously the full reason, but for the state to fund $750,000 for this particular building, I have to thank you because you took that on. And so, but let me just read one paragraph, and it says, Merrick's vision of marketing Coral Gables as the Venice of the South included beautifully stenciled wooden Venetian-style pillars as markers around the waterways. The original pillars along with the gondolas are long gone, a project to bring back a fully restored gondola building land. The gondola building is an important historical building that serves as a treasured link to the original vision for the city of Coral Gables as seen through the eyes of the founder, George Merrick. It is representative of the era. Restoring this building to its original use will underscore its relevance within the concept of the Biltmore Hotel's original 1926 visitor guest experience. Now, that said, of course, me as a historic preservation
Carelia, if I may, would you mind?
I would love the gondolas.
You're running out of time, Carelia.
Yes, I know I am. But anyway, I just want to say, you get the credit.
You get the credit.
You.
Thank you.
I hope. All right, bye.
Okay, next speaker.
If I may add something there. So, as was witnessed before, I had completely forgotten about that conversation. Carelia Carbonell, I have agreed and I have disagreed with her. But one thing you can't say is that she doesn't stand up for historic preservation. Okay? So, my point is this on that front. This is not a $750,000 item. This is what's the total number? What's the budget number?
It's going to be close to $2 million.
Close to $2 million. So this is a big, big number. It's a big, big, big number. So I want to make sure that we do this the right way. We're literally on the cusp, and we got to get this done. We got to get this done.
Okay. So next speaker is going to be Mr. Joseph Adele.
Joe, welcome back.
Hey, thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner Anderson mentioned safety golf balls. There is a problem with that right now. An acquaintance of mine, Jeanette Slesnick, was hit by a golf ball while walking on North Greenway Drive in her father's driveway. She had to be rushed to the hospital, an MRI. She had a brace over her neck for months on end. And so anyway, the point I'm trying to make is where, and I'm all in favor of this gondola, but what measures can be taken regarding golfers that are not, don't have good aim? Because there are many people on the golf course that do not have good aim and that shouldn't be on the golf course. But can the city do something? Can Public Works, I don't know who would be in charge of the contractor working on this restoration, or the golf course people to protect golfers and residents in the vicinity of the work that's going to be done? That's my concern. And I think it's important.
Thank you very much.
Jeanette Slesnick was not the first person to be hit by a golf ball, by the way.
Thank you. It's something that we got to work on, and it's not within my purview. We'll see if we can get an answer for that one.
That's it,
Mr. Gray. All right, so we have a motion and a second with an amendment to draft up a letter to see if we can find a solution. We may have it back against the wall, but at the end of the day, we can try. But the main thing here is that it's going to get done. Let me ask you one last question. Mr. Manager, depending on the response to the letter, we give it a few weeks, whatever our state leaders tell us. When do you think we get this started?
The plans are very close to finishing. We just need the final location to take care of the site plan issues.
Okay. The foundation issues and stuff like that, right?
Foundations, we've done it in such a way that the building can go anywhere. It's a site plan issue now.
Is it safe to say maybe January we could start?
I think so.
January, February?
I think so, January, February.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. And again, I want to reiterate, thank you to the Historic Board for all their effort and their dedication. And it's a thankless job, okay?
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara.
Oh, I just want to say briefly, I echo the comments made on the dais. This is not an easy subject, because I truly care about, as does the mayor and the rest of my colleagues, about the history of the city, especially those aspects of the city that were part of the original vision of George Merrick. So I want to also recognize the fantastic work done by the Historic Preservation Board. I want to recognize Kelly Shields sitting there as well, with all of your tireless work and great ideas and great energy. This is a difficult one, because I'd love to see the gondola building in its original location, and more than that, having gondolas launched, right? It would be wonderful, especially if they came from Italy, right? That is to say, if they weren't actually manufactured here in Coral Gables, which I would prefer even more. However, as much as I'd also like to see the tombs of the Egyptian pharaohs deep inside a pyramid in their original location, practicalities don't permit that. And millions of people have seen the tours of the pharaohs as they've gone through the world museums, where they would never have ever been able to do so otherwise. So there is quite a bit of merit to the point of permitting accessibility when the times and the circumstances have changed since the original building of that structure. Climate is one thing, the Vice Mayor's brought that up, and safety is always paramount to, I'm sure, not only me, but everybody here on the dais. So I am supportive of the mayor's idea of having a full commission signing off on a letter to the folks in Tallahassee, putting forth the basis for why we should relocate it to a place that makes the most sense, so that we can provide the most accessibility, safety, and enjoyment for the residents of Coral Gables of this beautiful structure, especially given the amount of money that we're going to be investing. But we need the support of the state as well. So I'm supportive of that, Mayor, and hopefully we get this resolved very, very soon, because the sooner we get to enjoying the building, the better for all. So yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, and just two quick points. I think that a water feature would be amazing next door, tastefully done, like a little simple lagoon. You could have something, some native cypress trees, hammocks, something that'd be interesting, something beautiful. Again, I don't think it'll ever meet the need or meet the scope of the RFP or the RFQ what was required, but I think it would be a good look, so I like the commissioner's comments on that. And I also received notice from Mayor Thompson, who said that she's all on board, she agrees. That potentially moving it would be a great idea, that she would be interested in signing on also as a supporter, and that we should reach out to the other mayors and see if they would like to also show support and be included in that letter. Again, the more the merrier. I think it's great. So I'm a yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, moving on. Let's see if we can get the city manager items before we go to lunch. H1. No, I'm sorry. Let's go to G1 first. Let's get G1 done. A resolution of City Commission.
G1 is a resolution of the City Commission amending the Art in Public Places Program, funding goals and implementation guidelines to align with the updated Art in Public Places zoning code.
So, come on up. G1.
Good afternoon. Catherine Cathers, Arts and Cultural Coordinator for the city. And this is just a resolution that's supporting the ordinance amendments that the commission had already passed.
I think it's beautiful. I think we should just move it, and I'll move it. Someone want a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk, we have a motion saying, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, thank you. Great work. Do we have any updates on on some of the art that we've been reviewing through the boards?
Yes, we have some updates.
Will you do me a favor? Will you send them to my colleagues? I would like for my colleagues to see the art that we're reviewing.
Absolutely.
That's being considered by the board. I'd like for them to get a little. I'd like to get their input.
Okay.
And do it in a way that obviously we can do it through the sunshine, through some sort of memo, and maybe bring it back to the next commission. I'd like to see where we're at.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 2.2.
2.2 is a resolution of the Historic Preservation Board requesting that the City Commission adopt a resolution authorizing ad valorem tax relief for the property located at 717 North Greenway Drive, a contributing resource within the Country Club of Coral Gables Historic District, legally described as lots 23 and 24, Block 23, Coral Gables, Section B, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 5 at page 111 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for taking up the item today. We do have the homeowner present, and she's excited on her renovation and to support our office and this process. Today, we ask for your support in the ad valorem tax exemption for 717 North Greenway Drive. This was a renovation project with architects Louis Howdegi and contractors FXD Construction for a project of value of over $2 million. And so we're excited to see them go through the ad valorem tax exemption process, and we request your support and approval.
A beautiful, beautiful house. Congratulations. Thank you for the hard work and investing in the finest materials. Well done. Well done.
Did you want to say anything? Yeah. And photos of the before and afters were provided to the commissioners in advance of the meeting, so they've seen everything. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm Kathy Marlin, 717 North Greenway Drive. The mayor mentioned historic preservation is never ending, and it's true. We bought the house in 2018, and we moved in 2023, and we continue every day. And it's been a labor of love, and but that's why people move to Coral Gables.
Yep.
And we're taking care of it now, but hopefully it'll be here for another 100 years, and that's the goal.
Thank you for your hard work. You did a great job. Amazing work. And your contractor and your architect, first class.
Yeah,
first class.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
I just want to say thank you very much for everything you've done, because it is an absolute gorgeous labor of love, as you said. I love walking by it every day, and I've seen the work going through. I never had an opportunity to peek what you did with the garage and in the back there, but through the photos that I've seen in the presentation.
Amazing.
Uber bravo. So, yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to city manager items, H1. So this is something that we've been working on since the last commission meeting. We gave the ACM, through the manager's office, some marching orders to see if we could potentially do it because they kind of changed what we were doing. So can you give us a little update of where we are on this front now?
Could I ask that we go to another item? Just we're waiting on the maestro. He was going to be in attendance for at 1 o'clock.
We'll go to H2.
Thank you
Done?
so much, sir.
H2
We have good news, though. It's good news.
We have excellent news. Yes,
So
sir.
I just want to, we have good
With a
news.
special member in attendance, we
We have
want to
good
wait for
news,
him.
so-
Thank you.
We like good news.
Madam H2?
H2 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Chief Procurement Officer towards stormwater system cleaning to Flowtech Environmental LLC as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder in an amount not to exceed budgeted funds pursuant to IFB 2025-20 and Section 2-763 of the city's procurement code entitled Contract Award.
How are you?
Hi. Good afternoon, Celeste Walker Harmon, Chief Procurement Officer. This was a solicitation that was issued on behalf of Public Works for the stormwater cleaning services. We had 4 bidders and we're awarding to the lowest responsible bidder. No performance issues or no litigation.
You know it was coming.
Yes.
You know I was going to ask you. So we're in good shape.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you very much. H3?
H3 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the acceptance of Amendment Number 2 to the Grant Agreement Number LPA 0271 with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection in the amount of $500,000, providing for an extension to the Coral Gables Stormwater Master Plan Project from October 2025 to March 2027, authorizing City Manager to execute the amendment to this agreement with FDEP for said financial assistance.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Does the commission have any comments they'd like to add?
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. H5, we're going to do at 2 p.m. You want to handle H4 now? The Biltmore Hotel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Let's do it.
H4 is a resolution of the City Commission approving a parking management agreement between the Biltmore Hotel Limited Partnership and the City of Coral Gables to allow the operator of the Biltmore Hotel to implement and manage a paid parking system at the west parking lot. Mayor and Commissioners, this agreement would allow the Biltmore to implement and manage a paid parking system at the west parking lot. Some of the terms in it are that the parking rates would be $4 an hour. A maximum rate of $4 an hour, daily maximum rate of $30 an hour. Those can be increased in the future consistent with increases to city rates. It does provide for exemptions as have previously been discussed. For example, City of Coral Gables officials on municipal business, Biltmore Golf Course members, Biltmore Club and Fitness members, Biltmore Executive Office tenants, Garden Club members, employees of the operator, patrons of the golf course, as well as certain contracted group or business groups, so certain specialty type events and certain VIPs that are designated by the operator. And then there are, of course, provisions for use of the revenue generated from the charging at the west parking lot. Initially, 100% of those revenues shall go toward improvements to the west parking lot as approved by the city to the city's satisfaction. And then following satisfaction of those improvements to the parking lot, the proceeds should be used for restoration projects for the monument, for the historic monument, of course, with approval of the city. There is, in addition to termination for cause, there's a termination for convenience provision. And there's some minor modifications or tweaks that the city manager and I are going to work out with the Biltmore operator prior to finalizing, but we're confident we can get agreement on those.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
May I say that, Mayor, that the increases would have to be subject to city manager approval. It would not just be automatic by the Biltmore.
Okay. So this is why I'm in favor of this, okay? First and foremost, I want to make sure that there's audited financials that are provided for the yearly intake of parking revenue. We're gonna be required audited financials, correct? Madam Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Excuse me,
Yes.
I apologize, Madam City Attorney.
Attorney.
There are reporting requirements in the agreement, and yes, we're requiring financial statements on a yearly basis.
I want to make sure I see all the money where it was spent. If you repaved, I want to see it. I want to see, a receipt for repaving. I want to see a proposal. I want to understand where all that money went and what it was spent. Because eventually we will exhaust our needs, even though there's a lot of needs there. The parking lot You're talking about a few $1 million that's going to have to be spent there. You have paving issues, you have the bumper issues, landscaping needs to be refurbished significantly. You have ADA issues there, okay? Tripping hazards, you have root issues. So I would love to see that parking lot be something that is very welcoming. I would like to see a little bit of some of the lighting issues. Again, you have to be very careful because the residents don't want it to be, like a dentist's office. You have to be very thoughtful, be very careful on that front. But I'm going to tell you also why I think this is important, okay? I think it's a matter of safety. I've heard from the residents across the street that they're concerned about people parking there for weeks at a time. They leave their cars there. Nobody's auditing it. Instead of leaving it at the airport, which costs $40, $50 a day, they leave it there, they catch an Uber, they come back and they pick up their car. And, again, that lot is very transient. Obviously, there's events going on constantly. It's a safety issue. I think there has to be a level of accountability. And I think we can have flexibility. For example, you just saw that when we talked about the garden club. I'm all in favor of the garden club having access, being able to park there for free. So we should have a little bit of flexibility, for example, for other organizations if there are going to be involved, and I think it should be at the discretion of the city manager. If one of us comes up and says, "Hey, we're doing an event for," I don't know, let's just say the garden club, or another one of our board members, that they're going to be parking there, I think they should have the ability to use that parking facility.
So, Mayor, we have the agreement has controls on everything that you've mentioned, construction of the parking lot, and then of course construction in the monument in the Biltmore itself. We don't want to affect the Biltmore from a financial perspective. So we have all those issues covered through the approval process. So all those things that you mentioned, Mayor, which are very important, are covered in the agreement.
Okay. I know that Mr. Prescott was trying to call in. Do you have him there?
Mr. Mayor, while we're waiting, I forgot to add that I did email each of you this morning an updated version of the agreement that had some changes from the one that was added to the agenda.
Yep.
And like I said, there's a few little points that we will work out with the.
No, I know that you were negotiating to the last minute. Madam Vice Mayor, you wanted to add something?
Yes, a little bit of context too, because there are a few residents who don't realize the problems that existed at the parking lot itself. You've covered the Uber aspect where people will come up from a much further distance away and Uber from the Biltmore. The other thing that I've encountered there is there were tractor trailers parked endlessly, free parking, and taking advantage of our city resource there and really an eyesore as well. The other thing that I wanted to address, in addition to ADA compliance, is one in the landscaping. I'm just going to ask staff to make sure that we're replacing trees, because trees have been lost there for decades that haven't been replaced, and that the maintenance is consistent with city standards. We've asked our city staff to use electric blowers. I do know they have some electric blowers, but if we can maintain that standard, I think it would be appropriate for a city piece of property as well. So thank you all for your hard work. I think this is going to be very beneficial for our city.
Okay. Do a motion?
I'll move it. I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Just a quick point. I think very valid changes have been made to this since it first came up. But I am not going to be speaking out of both sides of my mouth and vote for this when I've been against this for several years. So I'm going to vote no. But I appreciate the work the staff has put into it to make sure there are protections for the city and that 100% of the funding is going to go to the renovations or the restoration of the Biltmore Hotel. But I am going to be a no vote on this today.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you. Ready? H1. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Commission, City Manager, City Attorney, and City Clerk. My name is Carolina Vester, Assistant City Manager for the City of Coral Gables, and here to give you an update on our Centennial concert. At the request of the Commission during the last meeting, We did explore other orchestra performers and providers for our Centennial concert. And we did originally consider Orchestra Miami, but the MISO, and we have our maestro here, Eduardo Marturet from the MISO. We actually have historical background in the fact that 10 years ago, when we did our first concert at the bottom of the pool for many, many years, obviously the first was in the 1920s, but when we commemorated that event for the 90th, right before the event, when we convinced Eduardo to come and see the Venetian pool, we actually did a site visit at the basin of the pool, empty, and he tested the acoustics, and right then and there he fell in love. And he did a beautiful performance for the 90th. So we're extremely honored for him to consider coming back for our Centennial, and not just coming back, but giving us an amazing deal. So he is, with the orchestra, subsidizing additional costs through some underwriters that we have agreed to in the terms. But originally the cost was going to be up to $50,000 from the other orchestra, and they were having a hard time fundraising those funds. So we actually negotiated $15,000, 1.5, with additional underwriters. And I want to give the floor to Eduardo Marturet about what he has in store for us.
Well, what a pleasure to be here with you. It's a great honor to have the opportunity of doing 10 years after the concert once again, on this occasion of the 100 years, of course. We are preparing a very unique program connected with a theme subject, and even with a song that was...
Yes, we have the original song from the orchestra at the pool, and we shared those lyrics with the maestro, and he's going to make sure that that is included in our Centennial to commemorate 100 years of our city.
Yes. So it's going to be a multi-cultural repertoire, from classical to pop, but it's going to be very much connected with the occasion. I'm so happy, and I hope you keep supporting concerts at the Venetian Pool because it's really, really unique. And I'm very glad also to be able to get some support. Mr. Carlos Beckman told me he was with you, and he's very happy recently, I think 2 days ago, and he's very happy to support the sponsorship. Thank you.
And featured here, you'll have our Save the Date. Thank you to our communications team and Martha Pentine for putting this together. The event will be on Sunday, December 7th. That is also Pearl Harbor Day. And we will make sure, I think we will start with a recognition and honor and the honor guard, and then a musical tribute to Pearl Harbor Day.
Fabulous.
So I wanted to first thank you for being here, and I also wanted to recognize Martha Pantin. We started talking about this in my office probably about 2 months ago, 3 months ago. We started talking about this, longer, and we transitioned now, and we're very blessed to have you here. So this is an exciting opportunity for the city. Again, another one of our many celebrations for the Centennial, and I just wanted to recognize Martha and the whole team and the ACM for bringing this idea to my office, and then really pushing forward to really celebrate the 100th in the appropriate way with a master of your caliber here. So thank you so much. We're looking
Thank you,
forward
Mr.
to it.
Major.
And I'm telling you, I think the biggest problem that we're going to have is that we're not going to have enough seats, because everybody's going to want to be there. This is going to be an opportunity that a lot of people are going to want to really enjoy. It's going to be a first-class opportunity that's going to be representative of what our standards are here in the city. Beautiful. Mr. Commissioner.
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
I echo your sentiments, but I really hope that the residents who are watching at home and those in the audience with us today, and my fellow colleagues, understand the great honor we have to have Maestro Eduardo Marturet here with us today. I have watched you conduct MISO over the years. We are in the presence of greatness. I am sort of fanboying here a little bit, right? But Venezuelan born, absolute preeminent in your field. In this Centennial year, to have you leading us, a great performer in your own right, is just, Carolina, kudos to you for bringing this all together. I am absolutely beside myself with excitement for what we're going to be experiencing. It's going to be one to remember for the ages, and bravissimo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Lara. On the contrary, I'm really very convinced that we are blessed in this city to have officials like you taking care of it. It's unique, really, very much so. Thank you.
Thank you.
You.
Do we need to take any action?
No, I just also want to share tickets will be going out on sale soon. We're going to go put them out through Eventbrite. And we are envisioning a high-end cocktail reception as part of that evening. Staff will be working with additional sponsors, like we mentioned, and underwriters for the orchestra and the event to subsidize some of the offsetting expenses to make sure we provide the most highest level of caliber event that you expect of us as we close out the Centennial event. And then, of course, we also want to look ahead and begin celebrating another milestone on the horizon, our nation's 250th anniversary. In that way, the evening will connect us to our past, our present, and our future.
I love
Thank
it.
you, Maestro.
Thank you, sir. Looking forward to it. Thank you, Martha. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Moving on to item F8.
F8 is a resolution, sorry. Give me 1 second. I need my glasses. F8 is a resolution of the City Commission adopting Mayor Lagos 2025 to 2027 Strategic Priorities Plan.
So this should be brief. I hope that everybody had a chance to take a look at it. It's pretty simple. Again, it's from the Mayor's Council. I would like for you to take a look at it if you haven't gone in depth. This should be the embodiment of what we want our city to be. Everything here is positive. Everything here is about solutions. Everything here is about maintaining the city beautiful, about elevating the city beautiful, about making this, if we're not already, even though we all think we're the best on the block, just to continue to get better. It talks about everything from sidewalks to culture to government engagement, street improvements, mobility, parking, trolley services, freebie. Everything here is just a breakdown in an effort to try to meet these issues, to push the city forward, to get engagement. I wanted to bring Sergio here not only talk about the project that he's been working on with the Mayor's Council, but I wanted you to really meet an individual who loves the city, who's engaged in the city, who wants to, take the bull by the horns and deliver on amazing, amazing things. For example, the app that we did 2 years ago, that thank God to the clerk funded it. So there's environmental stewardship, there's footprint, there's energy usage, there's issues of beautification, there's issues of public safety. So the intent is, if you want to add to this, this is a constantly living, breathing document, and I'd love to have your input and your guidance. Madam Vice Mayor.
So on that note, I wanted to ask for you to consider on trolley service the next steps. I've been meeting with the CITT, South Miami, our DCM has been going to the meetings as well regarding establishing a TMA, Transportation Management Agreement, between the city of South Miami, other stakeholders. University of Miami has been in attendance. The underline has had representation on it. And the idea is forward-looking to build out a trolley service that connects the two cities together and also services the University of Miami and services the Biltmore Hotel and other, as we design it going forward. The manager has been involved as well. Manager, you can fill us in as to where you are right now on the next steps in the TMA process, so at least it's in the public. And so the Mayor's Advisory Council consider this as well, and as our new appointee to TPO can be brought up to speed on some of the work that we've been doing for roughly over a year now, trying to get this TMA off the ground.
So, Mayor, Vice Mayor, we can certainly put all this information out. We're looking very much to our new trial of going west to the University of Miami, which is as big as South Miami. And so we are looking at that. We are looking at that northern commercial area, southern commercial area adjacent to South Miami. And we will be trying to work with them with their new project coming up and see how we can improve 57th Avenue and improve connectivity to what is a major project coming at Sunset Place.
Yeah, and I'm just going to, Mayor, add to that a new trolley study is part of that, and trying to determine where we need service the most. what are the best routes to use for servicing more people in our city. So I would just say we need a next step provision under mobility.
I love it.
And consider putting that in there.
So listen, if you're willing to adopt this and say, in the next commission meeting, we're gonna bring you 10 ideas, I don't have a problem deferring it. And say, I'm gonna look at this, and I'm gonna review it, I'm gonna give you 5 ideas, whatever that may be. This is a document that I wanted, just because it says the mayor's council, doesn't mean it's the mayor's council. It can be anybody's, okay? And it can be our document. And I think that if you look at it, it's pretty benign in the sense of, it's just all good things for the city.
So just, I honestly did not have a chance to fully review it, and I was going to ask you for a deferral. I appreciate the openness to add to it as well. I think I would be prepared to maybe make some recommendations, and I appreciate the openness to work together on a plan that we can work on as a commission moving forward.
Yeah, this is these guys work, when I say guys, I mean guys and gals. The entire mayor's council worked very hard on this. This is something that we've been working on now for 4 years. It hadn't been adopted before. It had been adopted, I think, 3 years ago, and the first year and the second year. And I think that this is just an opportunity to be a beacon of something to strive for. And, you know, when we do a report card, we say we got to 75%, we got to 80%, like we've done in the past. We're never going to get to 100%. But the idea is, you know, this is aspirational in a way that we can really get things done. So what I'll do is I'll defer, Mr. Clerk, for the next commission meeting. And I'd like to have my colleagues receive a copy of this via email, Mr. Manager, so they can review it. It's a pretty lengthy document, and just give me their comments, and not to me, obviously, they can put it in an email and copy the clerk, so we can have it for the next commission meeting, and we can adopt those and go over it and hopefully ratify this priorities plan.
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to move on to item F3.
Actually, let me go ahead and defer this item, but I'm going to ask the clerk to please, for when it comes back next commission meeting, to please add the conceptual design to the item. I want people to have the chance to please look at it first before just going straight into it.
Yes, ma'am.
When you say people, you mean?
Residents.
Item F4, Madam Vice Mayor.
I attached to item F4, it's an update regarding the letter that I sent to the FDOT with the participation of the underlying and our Senator Garcia, and our wonderful staff in making suggestions on additional improvements that we need in our city. I included, in addition to the items that the underline wanted, all the intersections throughout the underline, because if you're going to be riding the underline, you're going to be encountering all the intersections, whether you're in Coral Gables or outside of Coral Gables, for public safety reasons. And there were other intersections that were added to this as well. So I really just attached this so that you know what is going on and what can happen when we collaborate with other stakeholders, such as folks like the underline and our senators, to push items forward. So we have gotten the audible signals. We have gotten a number of improvements. There's no right-hand turns that have already been put into place when pedestrians are crossing on US 1 in certain areas. And if you go down to 17th and 27th, you'll see an example of what I foresee coming after they finish their study process. And they've offered to come down and do a meeting. So we'll do a meeting on site there. And Madam Director, would you like to add something to what we've added, for instance, on Bird Road, the university crosswalk there? There was a couple other areas that you touched upon.
Okay, so Melissa Desai is Assistant Director for Public Works. I did speak to DOT about their intersection improvement on Granada and Bird Road, and we anticipate they'll be starting construction there next year. They're finishing up the design right now.
Yeah, that's a very challenging intersection with all the various inputs. And just so the public, you know, if anyone's listening now, on Granada and Coral Way, I think the estimate is now that we're going to be done with that intersection by the end of the year, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So that one should be completed. We're gonna, by the end of the year, we're gonna be milling and resurfacing potentially next week. But construction should be completed within the next 2 months.
Okay. We'll all be looking forward to it, especially those who live closest to it. Notice the smile down there. The other end.
Right.
That's it. You have anything else to add?
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
F5 and F6, and then we'll go to lunch. Commissioner Fernandez?
F5, Mr. Mayor, if I can read it in.
Yes. of course.
F5 is a resolution of the City Commission establishing a senior relief grant fund for fiscal year 2024 to 25 and directing city staff to identify a source of funding. And F6 is a resolution of the City Commission establishing a Veterans with Disabilities Relief Grant Fund for fiscal year 2024 to 2025 and directing city staff to identify a source of funding.
Thank you very much. I don't know if anybody from staff is here to prepare to discuss the dollar amounts.
I am.
Okay,
I can
perfect.
discuss it, Commissioner.
Go for it.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor. Item number 5 is approximately 235 residents, and the proposed amount was $150, so it's about $35,000. In item F6, it's about 53 residents at $150. The proposed $150. It's about $8,000. About 43. That data is from last year, so it's 43,000. So we estimate it'll be under $45,000 for item 5 and 6.
Thank you. So we have historically been giving the $100 the last couple of years. However, the county has now eliminated their programs, so I suggested we raise it to $150 to try to supplement some of what the county is no longer giving these individuals who have been historically receiving this check since even before Coral Gables was providing them with this relief. And I had a question about fiscal year 24-25. This program generally comes from the end of year funding that we have prior to the new fiscal year. That is why we do it in September. And this comes from current surplus funds from the current fiscal year. So I'm open to discussion and humbly ask for your support.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
I mean, this is consistent with, how I think that we should be giving residents relief on taxes is really from the bottom up. Why I propose the homestead exemption and supporting that with the state. And I hope that we can provide more relief in the future for those who need it the most. And I think I applaud doing this, and especially in a year when the county has fallen short. Thank you.
Anything else from my colleagues?
I'll move it.
I'm in favor.
Second.
I think this is a great way
I'll second.
Second.
to help those who are most needed in our community. They qualify, and it's an opportunity to help.
So, just to clarify that, it's on F5, the first motion.
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah, of course.
Commissioner Fernandez?
We don't have
Yes.
any public comment, right?
No, sir.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Commissioner Fernandez? Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to F.
So we need to vote on F6.
F6. Yes.
You need to read it. You already read it?
I did.
I'll
Got
move
it.
it then.
Second.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Okay, we have 2 remaining items on the agenda, and Mr. Clerk, correct me if I'm wrong, F9 and H5, is that correct? Okay, would you like to hear those now, or would you like to have a lunch and come back? Because H5 is time certain for 2 p.m. because we're waiting for our lobbyists to come here in time. You want to take lunch? 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock over here.
Okay.
All
So
right,
I'm
is
gonna
that good?
hand out reading material for you all
Okay. Perfect.
while you eat lunch. Make it go faster.
So we'll read this over the break. Is that fine?
Yes, that was the intent.
Okay. All right, we'll be back at 2 o'clock.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, welcome back to the commission. We have a 2 p.m. time certain. Item H5, Mr. Manager.
H5 is a resolution of the City Commission approving the city's 2026 legislative priorities and substantially the attached form.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Chelsea Grinnell, Government Affairs Director. Today I'll be presenting our proposed 2026 legislative priorities, both our policy agenda and our appropriation request. These priorities are the result of a truly collaborative process, shaped through thoughtful input from our department directors, the executive team, and our lobbying partners. Together, we worked diligently to identify projects and policy initiatives that will strengthen our community, improve quality of life, and position Coral Gables to meet both today's challenges and tomorrow's opportunities. I want to underscore that this process reflects not only the city's immediate needs, but also our long-term vision for resiliency, sustainability, and responsible growth. The legislative package demonstrates our collective commitment to advancing initiatives that directly benefit our residents, businesses, and overall character of our city beautiful. And if you could please queue up the PDF, the PowerPoint presentation, please. I think that's the wrong one.
Just checking to see if you're
It looked like more fun.
Yeah, I was about to say we could play that one too.
Since we're on that, can you go back to that one, Mr. Pierce?
They're on.
I got it. All right. We'll bring that all back. Here we go.
So before we look forward, let's briefly review the outcomes of last session. We secured full funding for 2 key projects, the Police Department's high water rescue vehicle and the Granada Basin sewer rehabilitation for a total cost of $750,000. While ADA improvements in the downtown central business district and roadway safety projects were initially approved, those were unfortunately, they were vetoed by the governor. This track record underscores both our successes and the areas we'll continue to advocate for. What is the legislative agenda? Our legislative agenda is a roadmap for the city's policy and funding advocacy. It is adopted annually by this commission and becomes the basis for our lobbying work in Tallahassee. This ensures our advocacy reflects both the commission's priorities and the best interests of the city. The legislative process. So the process of developing this agenda is highly collaborative. We've engaged department directors, assistant directors, the city manager, and executive team, and we have worked closely with our lobbying team. Most importantly, the commission's feedback was incorporated. So thank you all for taking the time to meet with me. Your feedback was incorporated to ensure that these are our shared priorities, and these priorities are the result of that collective effort. The policy priorities are very much similar every year. The removal of some of them happened because they're no longer items that are being discussed at the state level. There have been quite a few additions. There are 6 to be specific that we have added. We've added the sovereign immunity. We've had that in the past, but last year we didn't have that as part of our legislative package. We've added redundant communication infrastructure poles, which is an item that recently came before the commission, expanding property tax relief for vulnerable Floridians, an item that the commission also voted upon, and electric bike and micro-mobility safety, protecting cybersecurity information, and supporting excellence in education, which was the most recent addition based off of resident feedback and collaboration among members of the commission. That's what it looks like. You all have a copy of that as well, and you can obtain it on the city website with the agenda. And then the second part of the legislative package includes the state appropriation request. So there are two parts. There's the policy, which we had just gone through, and then there's the appropriation request. So this year, we are advancing 6 appropriation requests totaling $3.1 million in state funding. Just to remind you, last year was $1.4 million, I believe, and we were able to secure $750,000 of that. These projects have to, they have to meet certain criteria, which makes it all the more challenging to work with directors and to narrow the list as to how we come through this. So the ones that we selected that are on the screen are shovel ready. We're able to match them, so money has to be allocated on the budget, and they address critical infrastructure, safety, and resilient needs. So as you can see, we have gravity sanitary sewer pipe rehab. We're making a $450,000 request, $400,000 for traffic calming and safety, downtown drainage flood mitigation, $450,000, Ponce Corridor waterway, $450,000, generators for the emergency response continuity, that's $500,000, and the environmental remediation of debris management and trash reclamation. And so the next steps is once these priorities are adopted, they would allow us to guide all our advocacy efforts at the upcoming session. Commission adoption gives us a unified voice in Tallahassee. We will continue our coordinated lobbying efforts at both the state and federal levels to advance these priorities. Together with continued collaboration, we are well positioned to build on last year's successes. And I think that it goes without saying that we have to be incredibly grateful to our legislative champions, Senator Ileana Garcia and Representative Demi Busada. They represent us exceptionally well in Tallahassee, and they advocate strongly on behalf of the residents of the city. In addition, I'd like to thank all of our department directors and staff. Their hard work and collaboration have been essential in identifying and shaping our appropriation requests. And I really just want to thank all of you for your leadership and the amount of collaboration and feedback that you have provided me throughout the process. So thank you for that. And last but not least, I'd like to thank our incredible lobbying team, Jared, Rana, who's here today, Rana Brown, and Nelson Diaz for their continued guidance and expertise throughout the process. So we stand here if you have any questions, but our hope is for you to approve our package for this session.
Thank you very much. What I'd like to add very quickly, because I've had the privilege of working with Chelsea for a long time and the manager, a week and a half ago, there was only 2 appropriations, correct? Was there 2 out of the 6?
A week and sorry.
Week and a half
Oh,
ago,
yes, yes.
only...
It was very difficult for us to actually move forward with appropriations because of the criteria that we talked about. There's specific parameters. It has to be done before a certain time. So because of that, we only had 2, but that wasn't enough. We had to find more, and so the manager's leadership and his team, the DCM and ACM, were instrumental in addition to the directors.
So what I wanted to say was, about 2 weeks ago, I had met with the manager, the ACM and the DCM, and we were talking about the fact that there's only 2 items as a result of them being shovel ready, which is critically important. We can make 100 asks, but if they're not shovel ready or if they don't meet a certain criteria, I'm not going to talk about that here. I think the commission understands what I'm talking about. Certain things are within the wheelhouse. Some things are not within the wheelhouse of the state legislature. But I want to commend you because you, with Rana, got us from 2 to 6. You worked incredibly hard. You found in the budget, combing the budget, looking for ways to match. You figured out which are the best opportunities for us to present with the help of Rana and her team and Jared and our other gentleman who helps us out. I forgot his name right now. He's going to kill me.
Nelson Diaz.
Nelson. To put us in a position today where we have 6, over $3 million of appropriations. Not saying we're going to get them all, but I will task you with hopefully getting us all that money with the support of the commission and our lobbyists. But then at the end of the day, we wouldn't be here without your effort and your leadership on this, along with Rana and the whole team, the ACM, the DCM. It's been a lot of work over the last 2 weeks, and I commend you for that. And I thank you because I know you've met with all the commissioners multiple times, and all the directors, interested stakeholders. So the kudos go to you.
Thank you. Yeah, it truly was a collaborative effort. And may I add that I've learned through this that every word counts. I think I had this conversation with Commissioner Fernandez. The level of strategy that goes behind this it's just, that's an understatement. Every word matters, especially when you're playing to the tone of the current state of affairs in our state.
Yeah. So thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
And I just, again, want to applaud you and the city manager's office and city manager's team. Not only is it a beautiful package this time, I mean, really wordsmithed well. I wasn't happy last year. Some people really knew that I wasn't happy last year, but I am thrilled this year with the work product that we've gotten out of this. So thank you very much for all your efforts and the timeliness. I mean, it's not even the end of September, and we have this ready to go. So.
And if I may add another thing, and I know that my colleagues have other items that they want to discuss in regards to this, we put ourselves in a position to truly take it to the next level. What do I say? Why do I say that? Inviting Demi, something that we worked on for the last 3 years to get her here. She's finally here on the premise. She has her office here. We've really worked hard on that. That to us is, again, it's not saying we're going to get anything. But imagine, our director can literally meet with Demi whenever she'd like, or her staff. I know that she's met with a senator, all the senators over half a dozen times, all their state representatives. So to have her here in the building is a really big deal. To be honest with you, my understanding is that we're the envy of a lot of other municipalities. And again, it's just another opportunity for us to just constantly be leaving our fingerprint on hopefully next year's legislative session.
I think that being the envy of other municipalities is always our goal. We're very good at it, and I appreciate the work that you put into this. We talked about the wordsmithing. It is incredible work, because just having 2 words out of order automatically will have somebody click and say, oh, I'm not interested in this project. So I appreciate the work that you put in, Rana and Jared and the teams up in Tallahassee, guiding us through the process as well. Representative Busanta Cabrera, Garcia, and Calatayud, who was also instrumental in getting us funding last year. We appreciate all the work that has been put in. I'm optimistic. I think that our asks are in the silos that are important to a lot of members in the legislature going into this year. If there's anything I can do to help, let me know.
Thank you.
Through the mayor. Thank you very much, Chelsea, for everything you're doing. Last year, the recommendation was that we should bring in probably 2 to 3 appropriations. I know we brought in 6. What's the direction this year?
I think Rana can chime in on that. I'll let her chime in on that.
We felt that while last year there was quite a lot of vetoes, and we certainly expect the same this year, we felt that going through these projects such as we did with Chelsea and Chelsea's extensive work with the department heads putting these together, we wanted to be sure that the projects that we had are exactly what they're looking for first. Second, give them some options as far as, if an appropriator doesn't want to fund this type of project, we have other options. And so I feel good about the entire list, and we'll work towards getting all of them and keep hoping on that. So, but I do want to restate, though, that we do expect it to be a tough session. The governor has made it known that he would like to further reduce the state budget. As you know, the previous budget was less than the previous year, and we expect that trend to continue. So, but we feel that these are very strong projects.
So, but even given I was the one from the commission that went up there, I think 3 or 4 times, and I want to thank you because you were so supportive. But I think we're in a great situation, especially last year compared to other municipalities, that we at least got 2 appropriations from the 4. 2 of them were vetoed, but $750,000 I think is comparing ourselves to other people, or not other people, but other municipalities, a great job, and I want to congratulate you for that, and thank you so much for your support.
Well, thank you. It was a team effort, and you're right, it was a very tough year for a lot of municipalities, and I think it's reflective of this city and your values and the legislators that represent you who worked extremely hard on getting these into the budget.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations. Do we need to make a motion? Mr. Clerk?
Yes, it's a resolution.
I'll move it.
Second.
Do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close the public comment. We have a motion and a second.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara.
I'm going to vote yes, but I also want to add that it was my first time working through this process as we prepare for going up to Tallahassee, and I'm absolutely spoiled because I have no reference, as the Vice Mayor does, to something that she wasn't happy with before, but then I'm very happy to hear that you're very happy with things today, but that's how I launched into this. It was not only educational, it was inspirational, and I also had a lot of fun doing it. So best of luck to all involved. Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, thank you. Moving on to the last item on the agenda. Mr. Clerk, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
F9.
F9 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the raising of the flag of the State of Israel at City Hall on October 7, 2025, in mourning in honor of the victims of the October 7, 2023 terrorist attack on Israel.
Thank you very much. We had a few individuals who graced us this morning to voice their concerns and their guidance in regards to F9. I heard a few individuals who, I'll take it that maybe they didn't hear what I said before at the end of the commission meeting. I was putting the item exactly on the way it was because we came to no resolution. I deferred the item in an effort, and I wish I would have done the homework and asked the clerk to put the video up so that we could come together and find a solution. We are not allowed to talk to each other. It's a violation of the Sunshine Law. So what I said, from what I remember, Mr. Clerk, I don't know if you have the meeting minutes there for this last item. I said, think about opportunities, bring them back, and we have more than enough time before October 7th. As a result of the next commission meeting is on the 25th. I'm going to be clear. If it was up to me, and it was only me voting on this issue, I would raise a flag. This is not about marginalizing any community. I respect the community. I got many phone calls from members of the Jewish community, members of the Catholic faith, who did not see it as anything that was anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab, anti-Muslim. Again, there are different opinions, but I also heard from people that they were scared and they were nervous about writing an email in opposition or in favor of what I was saying. Both people told me that on both sides of the issue. Look, Vince, I'm against raising the flag. I don't write an email because I just don't feel nervous putting it on the public record. It happened on both sides of the issue. But if I don't have the votes to do that, I still think that we should do something. One of the things that I talked to Laura in my office and Nicole was about an interfaith event, which we should have no matter what. I'd like to bring in the priest from Santa Teresita, Father Vigoa, which is my priest at St. Augustine, Granada Presbyterian, bring in the rabbis from I think there's 4 or 5 rabbis here in the city of Coral Gables, Temple Judea, Coral Gables Shabbat. Bring everyone together, and if I forget anybody, I apologize. Members of the Muslim community, and bring everyone together, and we can have an interfaith event. But I think we could still do something besides that. If you don't want to raise the flag and you're in opposition to raising the flag, I don't have the votes. We talked about lighting City Hall blue and white in support. Again, it's not about marginalizing any community, but there has to be a moment where we feel comfortable doing something. So, like I left the last meeting, I bring it back to my colleagues, and I'm more than willing to negotiate on this issue because at the end of the day, it's about building community. Just like when I received phone calls in favor of what we've done for other communities. Some people are in favor, some people are not in favor. But at the end of the day, there was never, like I said before, any intent to marginalize any community. Anyone?
Yeah.
Madam Vice Mayor? By the way, I reviewed your documents over lunch.
Yeah,
Thank you for that.
Well, and Mayor, I thank you for putting this item on because it does cause time to do a type of research and deep reflection about not just October 7th, but many other events that have happened throughout the centuries and throughout our lives. There's been movies, there's been music. As I shared with one member of the community, the song, Let There Be Peace on Earth and Let It Begin With Me, it doesn't have the origin you think it is. And that's one thing I learned when doing the background research on this thing. So trying to find something that fits the purpose of promoting peace and remembering victims of war. I tasked our commission aide with coming up with some banners because I was driving towards the City Hall and I saw a banner. That's one idea. Certainly an interfaith gathering would be very welcome. And I also shared with you all some information about victims in general. Because people get the impression that, you know, it's just, if you raise the flag for Israel, you're demarginalizing one other community. But the reality is the number of victims from other countries in the October 7th attack were a total of, 43 countries plus residents of Israel. Lots of different people were present. Same thing happened in 9/11. We had 58 different, from 58 different countries. People were there, all victims. And no one signed up for it. And I had some, and I mentioned this last time, deep reflections when I was young about the fact that part of my nationality is German, that no one in the United States of German descent signed up for what Hitler did in the world in World War II. Fortunately, Germans weren't put into concentration camps. The Japanese had a different experience. So I do think that we need to highlight victims and pray for world peace. I know it's just words, but I think it's to not marginalize anyone in our community or make them, we're not that we are, but not make them feel like they're marginalized, because there's unintended consequences of things sometimes when you try to do something symbolic for a group to remember October 7th, that can happen. So if you like the banner idea, there's 4 different options here. We'd have to correct a typo on one of them. I'm going to leave it to you all. I'm not beholden to doing a banner. It's just an idea. Lighting City Hall is beautiful too. I'm not sure everyone historically would understand why we're lighting City Hall. So, this is something we can also think about when, Pearl Harbor Day comes and other days of significance in our city, to help recognize and remind people that these events come, and it really does have to begin with us to promote peace.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner?
I actually like this idea. Like the mayor, I probably would be the first one out there supporting raising the flag, but I am not immune to the heartache that it has caused for some members of our community. And I think that the Vice Mayor's 100% correct. Peace has to begin with us. And there are ways to honor, and I think even raising the flag, a lot of people wouldn't see it. Placing a banner is something that people will see. I had not seen those banners until I drove past City Hall a couple of days ago, and it immediately caught my attention because it's something that's out of place. It's different. It's not something that you're used to seeing. And I actually like option number 3 from the ones that you put out there. I just like the globe with the dove of number 2 better. But I think it's simple. It's not overly worded, and it's a clear and concise message. May peace prevail, honoring those who lost their lives. And I think it definitely, okay, there you go. You can see it out there. Perfect. It sends the message that we're trying to send, which is a uniting message. It's a message that everybody can get behind.
I agree.
I think that the idea of a vigil, I had talked about it last commission meeting as well. I think that's something that we should also try to do.
I think you mentioned also lighting. You had mentioned.
I had talked
as a
about
possibility.
lighting City Hall as well. We've done that numerous times. I think we did it with Ukraine at one point, if I remember correctly. We've done it on commemorating other dates as well. One thing, Mr. Manager, actually, now that we're on that topic, I had asked in the past, I don't think it ever got done, maybe have a schedule online so that people know what City Hall is being lit for. Because a lot of times you're driving by and you really don't know why City Hall is lit a particular color. But maybe we can have an online calendar where people can see why it's being lit that color. And people are going to generally go and look. But I think if you tie in the banners, which can be seen daytime, with lighting that can be seen at nighttime, it really does something special for that day. And perhaps we can even just do it without the date so that we can use the same banner, like you were saying, on other memorial holidays that we should be putting it up. 9/11, maybe Pearl Harbor Day, on those days that we're also remembering those innocents who have lost their lives. Just food for thought.
No, it is, and I tasked our senior commission aide Gabby with doing some of the creativity, and it was a lot more wordy than this, and I said less is more. So I appreciate your contribution and thoughts on this. I'd like to hear from everybody else. The one with the dove in the middle of the globe might be more for looking at things from a distance graphically. When it's on a building, I think would be more clear that it's a dove there, as opposed to when you look at a giant banner with two doves in the background here. So your idea that the dove in the middle of the globe, is a nice idea. And just saying, in remembrance, may peace prevail, honoring those who lost their lives. Okay.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Yes. So a little over 2 weeks ago, I started receiving calls maybe at 7 in the morning. And I'm sorry, but I called the city manager right away because I thought this was something of very large importance. During last commission meeting, I tried to refrain myself from commenting because I really wanted to be sensitive to both parties. And I just went ahead and I voted to defer because I thought that was the best place to take at that moment. However, on July 1st, I did bring up a resolution basically stating that I think we need to respect the United States flag. And in my opinion, that is the only flag we need to be flying over City Hall. I think we need to stand strong with honor, respect, pride, patriotism, and I think it shows a symbol of unity at the end of the day. My resolution wasn't approved. I think it would have been great. I still stand very strong. There should not be any other flag but the United States flag here in City Hall. The United States is the best country in the world, and we should feel as Americans honored, pride, and respect for our flag. Nor would I accept to fly a flag of my own country. I think that's disrespect to our country. We live here for a reason. This is the best country in the world, and I think that's the only flag we should be flying. A last note here is also, as commissioners, we represent every single resident, okay? Whether they're a minority or whether they aren't. So I do not feel comfortable raising a flag from any country because we're here to represent every single resident. And I think what we need to display here is unity. This commission at many times is very divided, but we should not be dividing our residents and we should not be dividing our community. And that's basically where I stand. I will support any other method that is not bringing up another flag, whether it's this situation, an Israeli flag, or whatever flag. I don't think it's appropriate. That is it. Thank you.
To the mayor, just in case there's some confusion.
Yeah, I think there is.
This is not for a flag.
This
is a banner. This is a banner.
I support this.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
Just got to get it in there for in the gram. Mr. Commissioner, you have anything else you'd like to add or no?
Briefly, I think everybody's pretty much said everything that needs to be said. I mean, other than I'll say, I really applaud this commission for the way, and you in particular, Mr. Mayor, because, you know, when I expressed my views last meeting, there was, because I'm not in support of raising, it's not that I'm anything other, and I've said it before, I'll say it again, I'm perhaps the staunchest supporter of the state of Israel. But that's not what matters, because as a commissioner, we're here to represent everyone. And I do believe it's an awfully conflictive subject and a very divisive moment if we were to raise a flag, which is undoubtedly a political symbol, versus something else that could be in memorial or in remembrance or a sign of hope for those who are still hostages after the October 7 events. And when I expressed my views, everybody it took a moment to say, let's reflect and let's think about it again. And in particular, Mayor, you said you don't want a split vote, and you want unity from all of us here. So I applaud you for taking leadership on that point. And here we are again. So no one's talking about raising a flag. I understand that when you started, you needed to clarify that, because it's quite confusing when the resolution reads exactly the same way it did last time. But that's kind of to my point, right? Even if the flag were raised with a crystal clear resolution, the optics could be taken the wrong way, just like this resolution, as identified the way it was taken the wrong way by some people. So I'm focusing now on the suggestions that the Vice Mayor has raised with respect to these really beautiful options for a banner. I, in particular, just for whoever cares, I like number 3 with just a slight typo. It says, we got to spell remembrance correct on that, but that's like you did this in a hurry. But that one's the one that I think probably represents best. There's 2 sides, at least, to every issue, maybe more. You have 2 doves there. The prevailing point is that peace needs to prevail in honoring those that lost their lives. I think it sums up the sentiment beautifully, and it's inclusive, which is what I think we always need to have as the banner leading the way for us, because we represent one Coral Gables, and there's a lot out there that causes division and conflict, despite our best efforts. So pivoting the way we have to avoid inserting any there, I think was the right move. So I'm supportive of that.
Thank you. And if you notice, in the commission, there's 4 comments, and there's 1 Instagram post. And the key here is not to continue to poke in the eye for the next comment, which is a cut and paste opportunity, as is on the gram constantly. But thank God our residents see past that. As you said so eloquently, we finished the last meeting with a deferral of the item, with the objective of finding something that pays the proper respect. As I said, I still stand by my position, but I'm flexible in an effort to finish something and get something done appropriate. I think we should do the banner, we should have the interfaith event, and I'm willing to light the city hall, if you're interested in doing that. We can do it blue and white. It's a beautiful gesture. And I would like to make the motion on that with those 3 items, if you would indulge me on that.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, perfect. We'll close public comment.
And just to be clear, banner 3?
How about even better? You can, whatever banner's fine with me. What do you say? Banner 3 is fine.
I think the majority wants banner 3, so I'm not going to weigh in on it, other than the typo.
Banner 3 is fine.
And thank you, Gabriela Torres, for creating these in a rushed fashion to be able to give us something to talk about and ponder. She did a beautiful job.
Banner 3 it is.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
So a quick question. So I don't know about the logistics, but when are we contemplating putting it up, and for how long?
I think, what do you think, 48 hours? Appropriate? A week?
It's gonna take staff some time to put it up and take it down anyway, so. Because we
Day
currently have
before?
others.
Day before, day after,
Yeah, day before, day after is fine for me. I have no problem with that.
3 days?
As amended, then,
Yeah.
based on what you're saying.
Okay.
And if just,
Yes.
Mayor, I don't know if the manager needs any further direction regarding the interfaith events.
Well, I was talking to, this is something that I mentioned at the last commission meeting, and I was talking to Laura and Nicole in my office. I actually had a meeting with the manager, just very briefly. We're just talking, just kind of over the top. Let's invite every religious organization in the city. Everyone. You know, everyone who is engaged here in the city in one form or another. Invite them to join us. We can allow them to have maybe, you know, a few moments to speak. Maybe we can offer some coffee, some light bites or something. I don't have an issue sponsoring it if I have to, personally. So I want everybody to feel welcome, and it's an opportunity. I would request that we have security, as always, like we had today here. I think it's important. I want people to feel comfortable. But I think it should be something simple, kind of like what we do for other events here in the city. Okay? So we have a motion and a second.
As far as location, outside City Hall, right here in front, where the banners are gonna be?
Will we do the menorah, right? Will we do the menorah? Will we do like the Christmas tree lighting, kind of that area?
Exactly.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you very much. All right, Madam Vice Mayor, do you have anything that you'd like to say for the good of the order?
Well, this Saturday morning, for everyone that wants to join with the Pollinator Palooza, we have that on Saturday morning, starting at 9 o'clock in the morning. Bring your kids, little gloves. We'll probably have stuff there. I have coloring books for the kids as well, compliments of the Garden Club, where they can color butterflies and learn a little bit about butterflies and the importance of bees. That's our first upcoming event. Tomorrow night, we have inking history as well for those who are planning on going. I hope to see you there. And we had a wonderful event, too, with the Junior Orange Bowl. Commissioner Castro was there with me. They got an amazing group, do some wonderful things in our community, promoting the youth to engage in sports throughout the world and come to Coral Gables. So we have an opportunity to showcase our great city once again, from tennis to golf to many different sports that they promote people to engage in. So I hope you all have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see you out there planting some pollinator plants.
Commissioner?
I just want to thank our team for the incredible work with the Dorothy Park, the Thompson Park ribbon cutting. It was an incredible event. The work that was done in that park, if you haven't had an opportunity to go out and see it, you need to see this park. It is incredible, and it's a lot of fun for the kids. I think I saw there were probably 20 kids there playing as we were already doing the ribbon cutting, and they were just neighborhood kids that were already going and enjoying the park, so it's nice to see that. The other thing I wanted to ask my colleagues, if we can have two proclamations for November 16th, one declaring Church of the Little Flower Day, another St. Teresa Catholic School Day for their centennial celebrations.
Commissioner Lara.
No, I just wanted to echo the points raised by Vice Mayor Anderson, right? The Junior Orange Bowl. I couldn't attend that night, as I try to be in three places at once, but I sometimes fail. But we all were very well represented by having Commissioner Castro, Vice Mayor there. But I would like to put in the days to come a lot more focus on the Junior Orange Bowl. Such an amazing organization. The trivia fact is, anybody know that the Junior Orange Bowl used to have an office here in City Hall years and years and years ago? And they were part of a continuous funding that they received in our budget. Who knows? Maybe we'll explore that opportunity in the days to come as well. But in the meantime, I want to just remind everybody that tonight at 6:30 on Jungle Island is the annual Festival of Chefs put on by Easter Seal, South Florida, where the funds will be used to support the culinary arts school they have for the young people who are suffering from autism, where they learn amazing skills that make them transition even easier into mainstream workforce. And the greatest chefs locally here in South Florida will be there. I hope I can see those who haven't already gotten tickets there this evening, and come hungry, as they say. Monday, I have my office hours, 8:30 to 11. Hope to see you there.
Commissioner.
So I want to congratulate the 3 new officers. Commissioner Vice Mayor Rhonda Anderson and I were there too. There's three new officers and there was 1 promotion. There's nothing that makes me happier than seeing that we keep on hiring police officers at the end of the day. The other thing is that we have a budget hearing at 5:01. I know everybody's very excited for that, but we need to speed it up a tad bit because I might have to leave early. I have a bright line to catch. I am on my way to the Florida League of Cities to vice chair that committee. The other thing I want to mention is that I've been working very, very hard on putting resident focus and resident involvement events together, which really make me very happy as an individual. One of them is a doggy walk. And what I'm trying to do is promote dog adoption, but on top of that, I'm trying to bring neighbors together. I want them to mingle, to get to know each other. And I also want to bring foot traffic to Miracle Mile. I see a lot of vacant storefronts there, and that makes me sad. I want to promote our downtown. So what I'm planning on doing, it's every Saturday, every second Saturday of the month, I'm going to bring all this group of people. The dogs that could be adopted are going to have a little bandana that say, "Adopt me." We're going to start in front of City Hall. It's going to be at 11 in the morning. It's a 2-mile run. Not run, you could walk. All the way down to Miracle Mile, coming back. Then there'll be a social hour on Giralda, since it's a space that is closed off for the dogs and the dog owners, and there's outdoor seating. And I'm going to go ahead and promote Giralda as well and bring people that normally don't come to these places to these local restaurants or stores. So finally, one more thing I've been working really, really hard on is my Hispanic Heritage event, which is this Saturday from 3 to 6 p.m. I joined forces with Council Member and Chair Member Cristian Mancera. Right there, it's on the screen. This is going to be a cultural event. I know it says festival, but more than anything, it's cultural. There's going to be performances from different denominations, from different countries, and then there's also going to be food representing different countries. This is going to be extremely interesting, very cultural, and I'm very excited for this. We have a high registration, and I would love for my colleagues to be able to join if they could. This is going to be a very good event. Thank you very much, and I will see you at 5:01.
First off, thank you, Vice Mayor, for covering for me at the Orange Bowl. I was at an event called PAVE at the Coral Gables Country Club. It's a Jamaica charity, which is, I hope that everyone gets to know it a little bit better. They do incredible work in regards to teaching young men and women a craft in Jamaica, and it's a pretty impressive work what they're doing. A lot of orphans, a lot of individuals who grow up to actually have a trade, and it's. I hope that you will learn a little bit about it because it's interesting. It's a worthy cause. One thing that I've been working on for some time, and I'd like for the commission to get behind it if they're interested, is a few years ago I donated a menorah for the city of Coral Gables. I paid for it personally with my own money. I would like to do something very similar. I'd like to, this year if possible, donate a nice manger to put in front of City Hall. I think it would be a nice statement, and we could also do something for other religious affiliations if they're interested. I don't have a problem with that. And I think it would be something nice and beautiful that we put in front of City Hall, and it could be something that, again, brings unity. We have already the menorah, and as a Catholic, I think it's an opportunity to continue to build on God's grace and continue to talk about all the things that are good with this country. We focus on a lot of negativity. I think this is something positive. Another thing that I like, Mr. Clerk, if you'd be so kind, can you put up the Monopoly event, Gables-opoly? I'm using this opportunity to give it a little bit more publicity. We're going to be sending this out. I wish they had another picture of the actual board game, because I wanted to have you guess what item that I personally bought with my own money, and it'll be the mayor's office. Can you guess what spot I bought? Can you guess or no?
Go to jail.
You knew it.
I
Had to
did.
do it.
I did.
Had to do it. Had to do it. Had to do it. So,
Getting to know you.
yeah, you know. Trust me, you know what I'm surrounded by. So at the end of the day, all in good fun. This is for charity. It was a $1,500 personal donation. I ask you to give a lot. If you have an opportunity, the Gables already sponsored, obviously, with their $10,000. This is for the Mark Trowbridge Foundation. This is a wonderful cause. You have some spaces that are 500, 800, 1,000. This one was 1,500. I actually had Iggy Alvarez call me. He was upset that I go to jail. He said, I'm the lawyer that actually would want to have my name and my law firm on it. I said, no, I'm taking that one for myself. So it was all in good fun. Office hours tomorrow, as I've been doing for the last 12 and a half years, starts, oh, there it is. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do something very pretty like that. I didn't want to use my private company name. I wanted to be about the city, so we did something fun. If you have any ideas how we can make it look better, I welcome it. And I'd love to, engage. So we have some time before it goes to print, and I think it'd be something nice. So I leave it up to maybe the ACM and give me some ideas of how to make it a little bit more fun. Office hours, we've been doing it for 12 and a half years. It's a great opportunity to get to know not only the mayor, but get to know my staff, get to know the city. We will go tomorrow from 2 to 5, maybe 6 o'clock, depending on who's there. And I ask you to please come and spend some time. We have today at 5:01 a budget hearing, the final budget hearing. We ask people to engage. Please come, please join us. We'll be here. It's an opportunity. If you haven't had a chance to go over the budget, you can ask questions. You can bring items that are important. I know that we're not talking about the budget here, but one of the things that I want to reiterate again, and I'm asking for my colleagues to provide a little bit of support, is items, for example, funding to do a small study for under the Coco Plum Bridge for a potential path. The other one was obviously ensuring that we have the Flagler area funded. Just looking for small things that can kind of catapult us into 2027, where we can then really push forward on that. I think we had some traffic calming requests, Mr. DCM, in certain areas. I think one of them was, by the way, this is a big one for the commission. If they could just give me one more second, because I know that you're getting a lot of calls on this, and I've been doing a lot of site visits, probably about 3 a week that I've been doing with the DCM and with staff. One of the areas that's really giving us a lot of trouble is the area in front of the Coral Gables Country Club. They're very concerned about traffic calming. They're very concerned about the runners. They're very concerned about the amount of people that are running there. We're going to have to face something, okay? I've requested a study to be done, and also in the Country Club Prado area. Let me tell you first, before we adjourn, let me tell you a little bit about the issue that we're facing in the Country Club. And you know it, I don't need to tell you, but I want to put it on the record, and we need your support on this. We're going to have to build a running path there, no matter what. Because I was there this morning, after I finished the groundbreaking of Publix. I had another meeting, and then I rounded about in that area. The amount of people that are running on the golf course or on the street is, I know it's very difficult, but we're getting these calls that people want enforcement. We have to push people to either get on the sidewalk or get on the grass. There's way too many people running on the street. We're going to have a catastrophe. So we have to come to the understanding that we're not going to make everybody happy, because certain people don't want a running path because they feel that it invites people. By the way, I don't know who you're inviting because they're already here. Okay? Everybody wants to run in the Gables, the canopy, the civility, the beauty, cleaner air, it smells better, it's nicer, it's prettier, so they're coming here to run. If it's people from West Miami, South Miami, City of Miami, Coral Gables, they like the scenery. So I really think that we need to focus in on as a commission and say, we're going to offer some sort of running track When I mean a running track, we can do something where it's a material that is, you know, soft, that kind of blends in with the grass, but there has to be something.
So the mayor,
Yeah.
but that you're suggesting so you take people off the street?
Yes.
Okay, and then on to the edge of the golf course?
Yes.
Right.
And I think that, and I'm talking openly here that this is the opportunity, we have a moment to have a conversation. We can't talk about this anywhere else. What my vision is to spend a little bit of money, 25,000, 30,000, whatever it may be, maybe it's 15,000, to do a study and just kind of get a little simple design where you have the edge of pavement that meets the grass, then you have some sort of running path, and then you have trees. So the trees block the golf balls. You already saw that we planted a bunch of beautiful oak trees, staggered, to stop kind of the intrusion of the golf balls. They have to grow, obviously. But think about how pretty that would be. You know, it's not perfect because you maybe want the running path on the other side, but at the end of the day, it gets people off the street. But we gotta have a real conversation about this. We've been talking about it for way too long, and sometimes, for example, like the windows here in City Hall. We talked about it for a long time. It's not perfect, but let me tell you, it's a lot better than what we have right now. Madam Vice Mayor.
So I did meet out there with staff
Yep.
about that, as well as ADA issues and ability to get from the current asphalt path to be able to cross over. That was one of the issues. So I'm going to tie this in also with the Biltmore Hotel. The tennis courts, the pickleball courts, we have invasive pines there. And we also have our finest out there blowing their horns, doing their job. So I'll wait for 1 second. I spoke with our staff about bringing in some trees to stage and screen the golf balls because it was brought to my attention the Australian pines serve that purpose. They're invasive. They need to be replaced. They fall over during hurricanes. They're a problem that way. We do have opportunities with some project coming down the line that instead of losing healthy trees, that these trees can be brought in and substitute in for some of these items that are missing. We have diseases impacting the palm trees right now, so we need to look at a transitionary stage. Green buttonwood make a really nice tree for screening. There happens to be some on a future construction site that we may want to encourage a developer to donate to the city and bring it to where we need it. The height's already there. The movability is something that our staff can evaluate along with a qualified tree mover. These are some of the things that we can do. If they're using them for screening, trees are being used for screening at the Biltmore. We can use them for screening here too. So the path, whether it's a rubberized surface or some other surface that we put along there, I think it's a benefit because we're not going to be able to get people off of the street otherwise. The bicyclists, the walkers, there's not enough room on the sidewalk alone. You have walls along the way, so it makes it difficult for the homeowners to be able to back out of their driveways with that many people there. I think it's time to look at a broader solution.
And I think that there was a discussion, it was probably 10 years ago, about this, and there really wasn't a resolution because I think everybody wanted something different. There was even a discussion about making both North Greenway and South Greenway one way to take that other lane and make it into a bike path and a walkable path. I think we really need to revisit all the things that were discussed back then and start considering what options we have at the table. I think Mr. Fidel actually brought up today the issue with the golf balls on the Granada golf course, and we've seen it. My neighbor was hit by a golf ball and had issues for a few months because of it. I think it's about grabbing the bull by the horn and trying to figure out a solution that'll work and solve the problems.
I'm telling you now, someone's gonna get hit by a car out there. The amount of people that are out there, it is growing by the day. So I think that we really have to do something, and you have to come to terms that you're not gonna make everybody happy. You're not going to. And I remember that Matt Meehan, they had even, him and his partner had said that they would fund. From what I remember, they were considering funding doing some sort of path on the golf course. They live right adjacent to the golf course. So I think we have to, just like we did with the bus shelter, with the bus shelter, excuse me, like we did with the golf shelters, where we were able to build some consensus. We called that meeting, I called that meeting, we sat down, we went over everything, and now we're moving forward and replacing those dilapidated shelters that were there. It's not what we designed preliminary, but we found some common ground and we're moving forward. So I think that we're gonna have to do something. And you're gonna have people who are detractors, and I understand that, and you know who they probably are. But at the end of the day, if we can truly push people off the street and get them onto a path, then you're gonna have room for the bikers, and you could potentially do something like a one-way street. I mean, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. But again, you also have detractors to that. And by the way, let's be honest with ourselves too. Have you driven on that street when you have a car coming onto you? It is so tight. That has to be one of the tightest streets outside of the one in North Gables, the one that we wanted to do one way.
Phoenicia.
Phoenicia, that we're still trying to figure out how to put a sidewalk on that street. It is so necessary. So,
Actually, now that you bring that up, there's also been changes since then, because now we have the traffic circle that's going in on Anderson and Coral Way, which would facilitate a one-way street there, because the issue back then was a one-way street, you're going to have traffic ending on Coral Way in a very difficult to cross intersection. A traffic circle now facilitates the flow of traffic.
So I'm just telling you, I hadn't even thought about the one-way. I asked you to please talk. I would just like to figure out a way we can kind of start working on that now with some minor design, bringing in maybe a consultant to have a conversation about this. I think we really need to have this discussion so that we're ready for next year's budget cycle, so we can say, okay, what's it going to cost?
Through the mayor, real quick. So I think that what you're proposing is really, really spot on. And just to give you sort of my preliminary support going down this path as we explore it, because as a person who walks that golf course every single night, it is it can't be that it's the norm that you're always kind of thinking of yourself as the player in a game of Frogger, because you're walking and then you see the car, you hopefully are hearing a car come from behind you, and you're the one going momentarily off the road, but you also have bikes that could be going in any direction, people walking their dogs, people who are way beyond just the residents, because it's an attractive type nuisance where so many people come because it's such a beautiful place to walk, that if we just, bless you, if we just leave it alone and hope that everybody will kind of take care of themselves, it's like you said, I hate to say it too, it's a tragedy just waiting to happen. So safety's always number one. It's got to be first thing of all. And it'll be benefit for everybody if the study turns out the way that we anticipate it would. It'll serve to greatly reduce the likelihood of injury or death, consistent with the Vice Mayor's vision plan, as well as if we do it right, it'll be something really, really good looking.
And by the way, there's already a path. It's a path that,
I know.
And Mayor Kaysen brought it to my attention, saying, let's extend it beyond the circle, which comes down, the path goes down Coral Way, and then it goes right behind the fountain.
That's right.
And it just stopped there. We extended it all the way down to not country club.
Granada?
Yeah. It extended it right there, and it just dead ends on
That's
the street.
beautiful. That works nicely,
Yeah, but if you just continue, you're all the way, up.
Yep.
You continue to Burger Bob's, and you have something that's actually, you can use it.
Well, somebody who knows how to do the studies, let's get them on board.
So we'll see each other at 5:01, but this is one. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
So I'm going to add one more thing. It's not if it's going to happen. It has happened.
That's true.
Back when I was, campaigning, 5 years ago, knocking doors, there was a professor that was hit and killed because when her head hit the ground, her skull fractured. And that she was hit by a bicyclist, a regular bicycle. And I had some detailed conversations with our Director of Legislative Affairs about just how fast a regular bicycle can go and how fast I've even gone on a bicycle. We need to separate the pedestrians from the bicyclists, from the runners, and the cars. There recently also was an accident where an architect was hit while walking on the grass on the golf course because a vehicle veered off. That's another issue. Do we put intermittent curbing? Is that going to be acceptable? There are going to be people against it, but curbing at least will get people back on the highway as opposed to hitting an individual. And the reason I came up with the curbing is as I bike down to Black Point Marina, you have that intermittent curbing It helps, it allows the drainage to occur, but yet prevents vehicles from easily and always being able to veer off. You put them in the most vulnerable areas where people are most likely to veer off. So thank you all.
All right, we'll see each other at 5:01. Thank you.